Okay, hello and welcome. We are starting the workshop portion of the Historic District Commission meeting on July 13th, 2022. And before we get into our closed session and the workshop item at 501 North Poplar, I did have a brief announcement from staff about our commissioners and our changing membership and where we're at and where we're going. So new commissioners were officially appointed by City Council, but new commissioners are not considered official until they have been sworn in by the City Clerk's office, until they have completed orientation with me, with staff. So until they meet those two criteria, they are not part of the commission. I do believe they will be watching today's meeting on YouTube so that they can become familiar with the cases that are being heard today. But they will be joining us next month in August. So we will, until then, the sitting commissioners are still active, still allowed to serve. The attorney's office has confirmed this. And so we are continuing to hang on to Jessica Hinman, Chris Mern, PJ Henningsen, and Jim Hayden. And with that, we do have a little gift for y'all. So before you leave, be sure you get your gift. But we also have something else from Kim that we would like to present to y'all right now.
We have a certificate of recognition for all of you. And I just want to echo Christy's sentiments in saying, quite frankly, I'm glad you're here today. And I am so grateful for the commitment and your service and all that you bring to this board. Chris Murin, I want to first recognize you, sir, our EFIS professional, our commissioner who says the hard thing pretty directly and makes us all breathe a sigh of relief in echoing his sentiments. Chris Murin, thank you so much for your service. Next is the person who prepped me for my position now. I cannot say enough great things about Commissioner Hayden, our tree landscaping engineer extraordinaire. Commissioner Hayden, thank you for all the seconds that you do. And thank you so much for being a steadfast, longstanding member of this commission. Next is a commissioner who is just witty and clever and picks out all the wrong windows, and I think is a local celebrity in Wilmore, among other places. And, you know, I think the most impressive thing about him is that he's the husband of one of the best pastry chefs I know. And I just want to say to Commissioner Henningsen that we are incredibly grateful for your service, sir, and thank you so much for during those times when I was exhausted and thought that maybe I'll end my term after the first one. Thank you so much for strongly recommending that I stay. So thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. I did a vlog interview with this next commissioner because I think that she's incredibly gifted. I think she is an artist, and I love fellow artists. And I just think that she brings so much to this particular board with her knowledge of building science, with her knowledge of the districts, and quite frankly, with her the level of integrity she brings. I am going to be so sorry to miss to lose Commissioner Heineman, but I would like to say that you will be in all of our think bubbles as we are studying our applications, and so you're in that regard, you will still be with us. Thank you so much for your service, Commissioner Heineman.
We'll get an official picture with everyone at a break a little later.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So
Thank you,
all.
everybody. Okay. Okay, with that, we are doing something a bit unusual, so please bear with us as we switch gears a bit. We will be going into closed session. So give me just a second. Krista, if you would join us at the other link that we sent you. And yes?
Before you actually go into closed session.
Yes.
There needs to be a motion by
Oh.
the commission as well as a vote, so there will need to be a roll call if you're doing it remotely.
Okay.
I would offer to anyone who wishes to make said motion, you will be making a motion.
And
to
I
go
think
into
you
closed
need
session.
to talk into the mic, please.
Sorry. I will be making this offer for anyone who wishes to adopt the motion. You'll be going into closed session pursuant to 143-318.11A3 to consult with legal counsel.
All right, do we have someone willing to make that motion? And if you need to reference the number. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote.
Wait, hold on. Candace, did you get that motion?
From Commissioner Walker, no, we did not hear that.
Okay, thank you. One more time, please, with your mic on. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to 143-318.11A3.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner
If
Hayden.
everyone
Yes.
could use microphones, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's do that one more time. Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to go into closed session, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Mommy, yes.
Oh, there's Commissioner Lineberger. Hi, Krista. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Yes, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. And so motion passes 9-0.
Okay. You're going to leave. Hi, everybody. The closed session took a little bit longer than anticipated. We are going to give about 10 minutes to the 501 North Poplar to, talk with the commission about their proposed project and to hear high-level, non-binding feedback from the commission to help their success during the design review process. So over to you, Kim.
All right. So do we have someone here to present this, Christy?
We should be. Candace, are the applicants here?
Yes, hold on one second. I'll move them over.
Thank you.
And since we're running low on time, let's try and be focused and direct and helpful and quick.
While we're waiting for the applicants to get switched over, I'll just orient everyone to the project. This is the existing conditions on the lot. It's a 1970s building. And we do have a proposal for demolition in the queue, so we cannot talk about the demolition of that building. But they want to get some feedback on their proposed new construction, and we do not have an active application. So the site plan is on page 8, and this is the existing building. And then the site plan on page 9 is the proposed building, and this is a like parking area right here. The floor plans. I'm going to move to elevations. Applicants, are you with us, Ryan? Ryan?
Yes, I'm here. This is Ryan Tillotson.
Hi, Ryan. You have about 7 minutes.
Okay.
Talk
Well,
quick so
thank
you
you
can
guys
hear
for your
from the
time and
commission.
also for giving the kind of brief overview for everything on it. So just going a little bit more into that, yes, this is a ground up build project intended to be a triplex and kind of replacing the non-historical context, which is there, and putting in something that's a little bit more appropriate for the neighborhood. So if you could go back to the site plan really quick. Thank you so much. So one of the things we like to point out is we're intending to reuse footings that are already there, and that's keeping the setback that is with the existing property, kind of for being careful of disturbing the site and stuff like that, and also having a bit more room. So our porch right now is set back about 14 foot 11. The thermal wall, that's pushed back a bit farther than it is currently. So that is about, I have a note on that. So that's about 21 foot 9 inches from the back of the curb. So could you also quickly go up to the terrace plan? I think it is, I'm sorry, go down to it. Right there. To go up, I think 3 pages. All right. Oh, now back 1. There we go. So what I'd like to mention on this is, so the home will have a occupable roof terrace level. We're trying to push all of our programming that's going to be conditioned space back from that street edge to kind of maintain a certain image from the street and not have a very over encumbering kind of presence along the street edges. And we're also intending to put pool and solar, which will be hidden from street view, up on that level as well. And then can you go down to the elevations quickly? There we go. So the overall look and feel and kind of the aesthetic is a kind of an Italian nature, and tying back to the neighborhood. with various other projects, but namely the Berry Hill House and some of its Italianate features and such like that. We are intending on putting a two-story front porch on it for access for different tenants. And there are a couple other examples throughout the neighborhood, and there's even a newer home. I think it is 609 North Pine Street that does actually utilize a double front porch as well. So I think that is listed within this. Go back. I think it's on page 6. There we go, 4. So up there on up in the left-hand corner right there, that's kind of that modeling. So, and looking back at the tax records, I think that was built in 2017, something like that. So it is a newer home in the neighborhood, but it's been passed along to have that and be an okay feature for it. So, but again, trying to draw more of the context from the surrounding neighborhood to bring it into the project and make overall a more aesthetically appropriate home for the neighborhood. Ryan Baird, is there anything else you'd like to add on to that?
Yeah, just a couple things. Really, one is from a tree canopy standpoint, really trying to keep and protect our 2 large maple trees, which is really all the canopy trees that we have. So you'll see on the demo, in addition to keeping the foundations, we've got a number of tree protection details, and we've been working with an arborist, for a couple of years off and on, talking about the project, what can be done safely, what can't. So that's definitely a priority for us. The smaller trees on site, we're looking at replacing, or at least relocating and getting better pruning for, where there's space on the site left. So, and then another thing to mention about the setback is just that currently, where a new porch is, we've got the existing house actually occupied space at on the front side of that structure. So we're keeping that foundation, but we're using it for the porch. So we're actually pushing the thermal wall back quite a bit to improve the setback, so to speak. And
Okay. All right. So Ryan, I'm going to kick it over to the commission now to give you some quick feedback that hopefully you'll find helpful. Commissioners, thoughts, comments for Ryan? I'll start off by saying, we're looking at massing. Massing will be a big deal on that lot. Ryan squared. The height should, mimic or be comparable to historic heights of multifamily. And we take a holistic approach when we look at it. So it's not just, oh, well, it's shorter than the next multifamily historic building. It should be, we'll also look at width. Also, the 2-story porch that you pointed out, I think that was or is Sue Myrick's house, that was built in 2017. So that it's really helpful when you pull from historic. I'll just leave it there, okay? Other feedback for Ryan?
I just want to repeat what Commissioner Peretti just said. So again, when you're putting together your final proposal, Kim had mentioned height and massing and the 2-story porch. What we define as historic are houses and structures that are 50 years or older, right? So make sure when you're looking at other houses on the same block or across the street, using height as an example, we're going to compare that against the height of other historic multi-family properties. So keep that in mind, looking at height. And again, any examples you pull to, help justify, if you will, the 2-story porch, look for historic examples. That's critically important.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Heinen?
I would agree with what my fellow commissioners had said and would also point out that this is a corner lot. And so you have two front elevations. We are looking at slide 13, I think, which is the one that I'll reference. So, your entry elevation, what you're labeling as the front elevation, of course, is a front elevation. But this left elevation that is also street facing is also a front elevation by our standards. And so it's going to have a much higher level of scrutiny than your average side elevation, and things that jump out immediately on this elevation is fenestration and rhythm, the communication with the pedestrian right-of-way and what's visible from the pedestrian right-of-way, and making some decisions about the language of the windows and the proportion of the panes, because I think we have three different languages here. A tall, slender, horizontal, a tall, slender vertical, a short, wide horizontal, and a square. And so I think it's going to be important to be consistent in those selections. And I'll reference also the last slide 16, the transom over the door detail has, kind of is going to have the same questions. Like that's a very short, wide, horizontal language that's chosen for a style. And we don't evaluate style, but we do look for consistency within the style. That would not be consistent within the style. I think my other comment actually was about porch depth and setback, and we will be taking a lot of time with what we call the Zoutwell elevations, the streetscape elevations, which staff will provide to you. And those elevations they speak to many of the different standards that we are required to enforce. And so those elevations will be critically important in the evaluation.
All right, Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow commissioners, but I'd also like to add to it about what's going on the third story. I understand it's probably a walkout patio or something because there's only 330 square feet according to this, but it seems like a huge mass on top of this. And I would challenge you to look for precedent to kind of support that because everything else in the district really has a defined, if there is a third story, there's a couple windows and then it's roof. And the kind of vernacular that you put on this just really just seems very heavy. So I would look towards precedent to kind of support what your design is doing on that third story.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we are going to end it there, Ryan and Ryan. I'd also strongly recommend working closely with staff as you are putting your plans together. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, over to you.
All right.
Meeting.
Thank you.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the July 13th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:17 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Phil Goodwin, Jim Hayden, Chris Murin, Chris Barth, Jill Walker, PJ Henningsen, and Michelle Bonaparte Hawkins, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Krista Lineberger. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanek, Candice Leidy, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we're conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer, or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay. Ashley and Casey, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes. And you've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, I.
I'm going to start with a brief overview. The project is new construction at 1817 South Mint Street. Page 2 of the staff memo lists comments about the proposal. And page 3 shows the location map of where it's at. It's a bit on this curve on South Mint, and then West Boulevard is right here. All of these houses here face West Boulevard. I think with that, I'm just going to turn it directly over to the applicant. Ashley and Casey, if you would please state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please, and spell your last names.
Good afternoon. This is Ashley Jimenez. My last name is spelled Jimenez. My address is 110 Foxton Circle, Statesville, North Carolina. I don't believe Casey is joining us. He has another meeting today. He is the homeowner.
Okay.
Okay.
Ashley, I'm on slide 6, and I'll progress as you would like me to.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, so this is an empty lot, but there are no structures to be removed, as well as there are no trees to be removed at this time. It is on the slight curve, and we do have homes on either side of us. As well, we have empty lots across the street, and at that 1824 address, there is a home built there currently. You will see that on the next street view. Christy, may we go to the next slide? Okay, here's a street view of the front of it. And then on the bottom picture, it's slightly to the right, so you can see the context with the other homes, how that will be placed in there. And it's a very flat lot overall, so we don't have a lot of topography to deal with. There is an alleyway along the left side of the property, along that CMU wall that runs along the neighbor's driveway to the left. So that includes a 10-foot alleyway as well as our 50-foot wide lot in between those two houses. Here's a survey that's going to show us that. So you can see the alleyway kind of at the top of the survey here. Mint Street is to the left. We plan to place this home 31.9 feet from the front pin on the left corner. And then as that curve comes back, that shorter dimension from the front pin on the right corner will be 26 feet to the front porch column. We also do have a side entry that will be there off of the alleyway. The alleyway leads to nowhere. There is a multi-family housing behind this lot and it is cut off. So that the alleyway goes to nowhere, but we will have a walkway from the alleyway to a side entry door. And we intend to have our HVAC units along the left side as well behind that entry door. Thank you. And then we have a front porch, of course, and as well a back porch. Okay, some context. These top left photo is homes across the street. Photo on the bottom right is kind of coming down that street between those two homes and seeing the empty lot there. Thank you, Christy. The next slide is more for context. So this is heading up South Mint Street, looking back at the lot. The lot is kind of to the right by those cars. Yes, thank you, Christy. And then the bottom slide or the bottom photo are two homes on the street that are, thank you, where Christy's little hand was over there. That's the location of those homes. And I believe that those were approved by the commission for new construction. Okay, this is an overview, kind of an aerial view to give you a sense of how these roof lines relate to the street. So we said from the front pin on the right front corner of the lot is 26 feet back to the front porch. And then we have an additional 6 feet before we hit the front facing gable. And then we have another 20 feet before we hit the left to right gable. So basically the house starts 26 feet from the front, and then we have an additional 26 feet to the left and right ridge. That is the main ridge of the house. Okay. Let's go here to the front elevation. So we have a stacking gable on the front of the house with a front porch with a 1-story eave line. This is a 1.5-story bungalow. We do have a horizontal kind of or left to right gable that sits behind there. The front gable, we do have dimensions on the height, as I know that that is very important to you all. The front gable dimension is just over 22 feet in height. We've held that down pretty low to address the proportion at the street. And then the main ridge, which is that additional 26 feet behind the front porch, that goes up to 24, just over 24 feet in height. We have allowed for a bit of a taller height to the maxing out the front porch height at 30 inches. We'd like to not have to do railing on this front porch. At the same time, the lot is very flat and we want to be able to grade to keep the water away from the house and out of the crawl space. This front elevation here, we have our 6/1 double hung windows with the proper trim in between when we have multiples. They will be SDL windows of either aluminum clad or wood. We have a horizontal cementitious siding with thicker corner boards and window casing. as well as horizontal trim such as over the left gable above those two windows. You can see that there. The upper window we have held down lower than our typical height in an effort to again maintain the proportion that we believe the commission likes on the street side of the house. And overall, this house is, fits the proportions of many bungalow homes in the neighborhood in that it is longer than it is wider from the street elevation. And with the length of those side elevations, we have provided some what I'll call kind of bump outs on either side to provide some additional main level roof lines and eave lines, and then a bump out at the kitchen window as well. So this is the left elevation. This is the elevation on the alley side. It has, of course, our double hung windows, the bump out there that Christy just circled to offer some additional detailing on the side of that house, as well as that side door entry indents into the building. So we have a lot of interest happening even on this left elevation. When you're coming kind of around the bend and the way these homes are positioned, this will be visible. At least the front portion of it will be visible as you're driving by. We do have a screen porch on the back portion of the left elevation, as well as a shed dormer on the back of the left elevation. We're going to carry around all of the same finishes, of course, to all the elevations. I have noted, based on the admin's notes, to go ahead and show our optional ridge vent. We're not sure if we're going to do vented roof or if we'll do some spray foam insulation and not have it vented, but we wanted to go ahead and note this in the case that we do want to vent it, is to, with this rear facing gable and the left to right gable, those will interact at the same height. And so we wanted to provide the dimension there showing that we'll hold that off about 2 feet. And then Christy, if you want to just slide to the front again, we've done the same thing on the front elevation, showing we'd leave a 2-foot gap in between those ridge vents. We are going to do a 9-foot ceiling on the main level as we first step into the house, and an 8-foot ceiling upstairs. And then as we proceed back through the house, our heights adjust. So we're actually going to step down inside of the house to allow for a taller ceiling on the main level on the back portion of the home. So this was another reason to kind of keep that foundation a little bit higher, is to allow us that step down. We saw the opportunity after we had kind of said, okay, this is where we feel like it needs to be based on grade, and not wanting to do the railings and getting water to shed away from the house properly. So we took advantage of that. And so that is why those ceiling heights kind of adjust from front to back when you're looking at the elevation dimensions on the side here. Okay, that is the rear elevation. And the porch will have solid brick foundation. It will be a concrete slab on both the front and the rear porches. We will have a tongue and groove wood ceiling. We will also have built up or wrapped posts on both porches. So it'll be pressure treated post that is then wrapped with a trimmed finish with detailing on the cap and the base. As well as on the front, we have a brick post base there that comes up higher than the base, higher than the floor of the porch. And we would also like to do open rafter tails on the front porch to play to the historic factor and match the other homes in the neighborhood. We would like to propose, though, on the rest of the eaves, if we may do a sloped closed boxing where we can maintain the eave line slope as it comes out from the wall, but lessen the maintenance for the homeowner if possible, to not have all of those open rafter tails. So essentially below the rafter tail, instead of seeing the rafter tail and then that tongue and groove wood finish that you guys like to see from the roof sheathing. We would essentially put that tongue and groove finish on the bottom of that rafter and maintain that slope. The kitchen sink window here with the bump out, if I may go back one time. I did want to point that out. I have some detailing on this and some other items that you'll see in the next few slides. That is at the kitchen sink. Those are casement style windows. Because of that, it is more than 2 feet away from where a human being would be standing. So we need to have the crank out option. And we did do that to look like the double hung windows. Okay, and I think we have that same situation in a bedroom upstairs on the other elevation. Okay, I'm ready when you are, Christy. Here is our street view. So, you know, a little bit of the challenge trying to figure out what height's acceptable here is, you know, both of the homes on the left and right are 1-story homes. So they are quite small. We do have this house all the way to the left that faces West Boulevard that you can see over here. Yep. So that's where we kind of said, okay, if we can keep that front gable down just over 22 feet in height, that's really kind of that street proportion, and then allow that taller ridge that's behind that sloping away from the house an additional 26 feet behind. And then in addition, taking into account the other 2 homes that I believe were approved by the Historic Commission that we saw earlier in the previous context photos. Taking all that into account, this is how we've come up with what we believe is appropriate heights. Okay, and then let's take a look at the next slide. These are all of our details. I think I've touched on most of these on the elevations. Here's a good example of that eave line I was talking about at the bottom left corner. So both of those details, the typical boxing detail would show more of that closed sloped boxing, where the porch cornice detail shows the open rafter tail. Okay. I think we're good there. I think the next ones are floor plans, foundation, roof plan. I know those aren't highly important to you all, but they're there for information. I'm happy to speak to any of that as questions arise. And then we did do a rear yard calculation. Essentially, there'll be nothing in the rear yard. We're not proposing anything in the rear yard. Total impermeable post-construction. Yeah, so square footage of new pavement. So that's really the only thing we're requesting back there is a driveway to the back. And that, I believe, is everything. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ashley. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
Yes, we have one speaker.
Okay.
Candace, I'm not sure who it is. Is it Justin Bell?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Justin, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Justin?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Justin, have you been sworn in? We can't hear you.
Well, I'm trying to.
Oh. You're like cutting in and out.
Hold on, let me switch off.
So while we're waiting for Justin, I will point out that we do have some supplemental information for this project.
Can you hear me?
And yes, hi,
Sorry.
Justin. The agenda supplement is online, and I'm also pulling up the information here. We had information submitted by Keith Hunter at 441 West Boulevard. There's an email and then a couple photos of some trees And so I don't believe Keith is with us. So again, it's hearsay since we can't ask him questions, but we do have, I think, Justin, are you ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, great,
Sorry.
loud and clear. Okay, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Perfect. If you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Justin Bell, 1829 South Mint Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thanks, Justin, and feel free to proceed with your comments.
I really don't have any. I'm just more listening to this, and again, I'm just more curious about the 2 stories than anything. But I have no comments for or against. I'm just listening. Since my property abuts this property, that's why I was just kind of curious.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll kick it over to the commission, and I'll start. Ashley, I just have a few questions. What are the setbacks of the adjacent properties?
So that is a great question. I don't believe I have that specific information, but we are lining up with the home to the left, is our goal at this point. So we will be flush with the house to the left if you're looking from the street view, and then the house to the right sets back a bit. So I don't know exact dimensions on those.
Well, that's something that we'll want. What's the height of the historic neighboring, the neighboring historic houses? Not the new construction, but historic.
The heights on those?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning the ones next door to this lot, or the historic ones that you all have approved on South Mint Street?
The historic ones, we didn't have to approve historic ones that have been there for a while, that are nearby.
Okay, so nearby, but not necessarily on that elevation height survey.
The ones that are the closest, yeah.
Okay, so Christy, may you pull up the elevation survey height? Yes, thank you. So next door, it's a 1-story home and it is 18.5 feet tall. To the right, it is also a 1-story home and it's 15.5 feet tall.
And those are both historic, correct?
I'm going to assume you see them as historic. Is there a date like after they would be built where you don't assume them?
Yeah, where they're at least 50 years or older. I think that they are historic. When we're looking at new construction, we want to see that the height is no taller than neighboring historic homes. So just something to think about. It's in the standards, and I don't have the number right now, but I'll pull it up later.
6.9.
6.9. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. The slide number 12. 12. What is the piece of, for lack of a better way to put it, trim that is both flanking, it's on the right side of the smaller engaged dormer, and then there's another piece of trim right under the larger gable dormer on the right side. What are those?
The horizontal trim?
No, the vertical. So yeah, it's if you go up, Christy, with your hand, it's right under the smaller gable to the right. To the right, it's right by the roof of the porch. So there's that one, and then I'm asking about the other one also that's on the left side of that, right above the porch. Yes, there.
That is a corner board.
Okay.
So that gable, that front left gable sticks forward. And so if we didn't have that porch roof interacting right there, you would see that corner board going completely vertical from the bottom of the siding up to the roof line. What's happening is that porch roof is coming over and interacting with the corner of that wall.
Okay, and so the right one, the one near Chris, yes, there.
That is also a corner board. If you look at the floor plan, there is a bump out to the right of that, but it happens further back on the
Sure.
elevation.
Okay. Okay, thanks for clearing that up for me.
Mhm.
As far as the windows go, let's start with the left elevation. There seems to be a mixture of rectangular divided lights, square divided lights, and we like to see some consistency there. So that's going to come up in deliberation. I thought I'd give you a chance to talk about it now.
Very good. So as you know, with windows, we have to meet egress sometimes. And let's see, for instance, the upper level number 7 window, that is in a bedroom. And it also happens to be where we're trying to maintain, that's right, where we're trying to maintain that historic look of allowing that gable to continue all the way down to that main eave line. And so that is why that proportion has been adjusted there. Now, I wonder if the proportion of the window is adjusted, do you prefer to see me transition to, let's say, a 2/1 or a 4/1 that might allow for more of a rectangular proportion to match the other rectangles? Or
I don't-
looking for the exact pattern, we just need to have the same window size?
Yeah, that's what I'd say. The latter. We just want to see some consistency in the fenestration
Mm-hmm.
so that
So,
there's a rhythm there, you know?
I do.
Okay. So again, something to think about that I'm sure we'll discuss, okay? Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Henningsen?
Ashley, can you pull up or Christy, can you pull up the Zetwell survey? I wanted to talk more about height. So that house that's at the corner of, all the way on the left, the house that's on the corner of Mint Street and West Boulevard, that's a duplex. So that's a multifamily home. So you can't use that height as an example. Standards say you need to compare the height of, for new construction, multifamily to multifamily, single family to single family, in a
Okay.
360-degree radius. So based on the information here, I don't see how we can justify the height for the house because the surrounding historic houses are 18 and 15 feet high. However, it's a 360-degree view. And I don't know if there is, you may have some examples across the street of historic houses that are a little taller. Again, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, keep going. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The challenge with this is the lots across the street were empty for the most part, except for the one house that was built. Christy, may you go to one of the first slides? It's photos of the context. Let's see, not that one. Let's try the next, that one. Okay, so to the right of the home with the gable truss detail, those are empty lots. So I don't have a lot to go off of. I know that, or I have heard through, the grapevine that the house that's there, I believe was approved by you all as 2-story because the existing house that had been there was 2-story. So I'm not sure if that qualifies. Obviously, we're not asking to do a full 2-story home. We are trying to, do a 1.5-story bungalow to meet your historic requirements as well as meet, market requirements that homeowners are looking for today based on pricing and efficiency.
I understand that lot, but, and again, it's a 360-degree view. I don't know if you move line of sight to the left, so crossover, obviously that's a newish construction house. The house right there where Christy is putting her hand, I don't know the height of that house as an example. Again, you're close to a corner, so you may be close enough that you could leverage the height of that house for your justification. So my recommendation is, my comment is simple. Based on the information we have, we can't approve that height, but work with Christy because you may have some examples over where that little hand is that she was showing that you can leverage.
Very good. Now, the homes that we saw, not these homes, but further up the street, they are just a few more homes up the street. So yes, Christy, right up here.
Construction.
Yes, so those are historic, but they've also been approved and they are very close to where we are, like that 360, but like, I wonder if those.
Sure.
how do you-
So you couldn't use that house as an example. So when we say historic ridgeline, we don't mean a house that was recently approved to be built in the historic district. We mean the height of a house that's 50 years or older.
Okay.
So maybe that house to the right, that's all brick. Again, I don't know, but work with Christie. There's got to be some example that you can use that's, in that 360-degree view.
Sure. Yeah, so just for my edification, if you will, I get you want to look at historic 50-year-old homes. If you all approve these as new construction and you use the same qualifications of looking at 50-year-old ridge lines to approve those homes, and they're so close, do you kind of see where I'm going with my question?
No, I do absolutely. And that makes absolute logical sense. My two comments with that would be those houses, that house specifically was built under the older guidelines. And then it may be far enough up Mint Street so that it has another historic house that's taller. And at that point, it's just too far away from yours to count. Again, those would be my initial comments to that. But again, I work with, Christy and the staff, and, I'm sure there's some example that you guys can pull.
Okay.
My other question was, can we go back to the Zetwell survey? I get that there's an alleyway in between your house and this proposed house and the house on the left. Obviously, visually, that alleyway just kind of throws off the spacing. Do you have like the calculations, or do you know how much distance there is between the house on the left and the alleyway, your proposed house and the alleyway, the distance between the houses, just so we can get a better understanding of the spacing?
Yeah, let me take a look at my AutoCAD file here. So I don't have a survey of the other homes, but I will tell you, we are on the right setback, which is a 5-foot setback for the right side of the house. That is for essentially the kitchen bay window would be there at the 5 feet, at the 5-foot setback. As we're looking at this, it does appear that the house on the right is probably very close to their left setback as well, kind of the adjoining setback. And then I see what you're saying. Maybe if we are maybe suggesting pushing it to the left to kind of balance out between these two homes.
I don't want to.
Where your mind is going.
Yeah, I don't want to suggest that just because we don't see the numbers. We don't know what the numbers are, and just optically speaking, that 10-foot alley there just kind of it makes your proposed house look like it's hugging the other one. If I can just use a silly example. Let's see, another question. Then commissioners, I'm sorry for taking too much time. One comment and directional expression, this may or may not be an issue. This has also been one of the challenges with Wilmore. There's parts of Wilmore that have American small houses, and their directional expression is they're squatty, they're horizontally, they have a horizontal expression. And this house, being more craftsman, stuck right in the middle of both of them. It's a square house that's craftsman style in the midst of a run of American small houses. Some of the, it may or may not come up in conversation of this house and its design fitting into the context here. But again, it could be an example where you look across the street at some of the historic houses and you see just another variety of craftsmen and American small houses. Again, we're always looking for historic examples of where, what you're trying to do fits in this immediate context or in this block or adjacent blocks. So just a comment there. And other than that, Commissioners, that's all I had.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Henningsen. Any other? Commissioner Barth?
Thank you. Jessica, I don't see any trees on your site plan. What's your plan? Ashley, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What's your plan with the existing trees that you do have on site?
We plan to maintain them. They are all in the back where we will not be building.
Okay. All right, I think, this will come up in deliberation, but I think we'd probably like to see those at least on the site plan so we can confirm their adjacency to the new construction. Let me ask.
If we may, real quick, and I can, I'd be happy to get that information for you for the next session. If I can just show you the quick visual from the street view, you can see kind of how clear that lot is. So Christy, if you could scroll up to the front street view of that. Thank you. Right there. So you can see there's very few trees.
Yeah, they do appear to be towards the back of the lot, but I think still we'd like to see that reflected on the site plan, just to be sure. Speaking to some of the comments that other commissioners as well as PJ has just gone over, I think given that the two houses next door are so low and American small houses, what's really jarring here is that comparison between those two, as well as the rhythm across that streetscape. So we may look at that. Let's go. If we can go to the front and left elevations. Either one.
Slide 12.
Ashley, so it looks like either a glass door or solid door on both of those entry doors. Which is it?
Those are 3/4 light doors, so it's mostly glass and then a wood panel below that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see. You mentioned doing an open soffit with exposed rafter tails on the porches with a closed soffit on the majority of the house.
Mm-hmm.
In contrast, I appreciate your efforts to replicate a historic soffit condition. I'm curious if you would pick one over the other just to use throughout so we have consistency on architectural details.
Absolutely. If that is, if you want me to pick one or the other and you would approve either one, my preference is to go with this closed slope.
Okay. Yeah, I would, depending on the architectural style that you're trying to achieve and what best fits this house, I'd say that would likely speak to that. Can't design it for you, as we often say. I would say depending on which route you're trying to go, either one would probably be fine. We just need some justification and maybe some examples around the Wilmore neighborhood to support your decision there.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Heineman?
Thanks. I think some of you guys have already hit on some of my notes, so I'm going to skip over some of mine. Christy, can you go to the rear yard calculations? I think this always becomes tricky in new construction because I think that the intention of the standard for rear yard calculations is how much a site is developed relative to the original historic property on the house, and this is an empty lot. But I do think that the rear yard line is readily available in the Sanborn maps. It was pretty easy for me to find when I was studying this application this morning, and staff can help you establish what that line is. I know it seems kind of arbitrary, but there's a bigger 30,000 foot view on why the rear yard calculations are done from the historic wall. And Christy can help you identify where that line is so that we can do the rear yard calculations with that kind of bigger picture in mind. Because while it's literally true that this is new construction and there's nothing in the rear yard, the standard is written to assess how the rear yards are changing relative to the historic development of the neighborhood. I have some minor notes, but I think my biggest note, I'll do some of the minor ones too. I think we need to meet the minimum porch depth of 8 feet on the project.
Mhm.
There's, which guideline is that? Which is 6.17. I think we're seeing 7 feet and the minimum porch depth is 8 feet. Can you tell us for your fiber cement siding and trim, what material and what thickness you're proposing to use?
We would propose to use one that has already been approved to use on other homes by the commission. You all approved another new historic home. We don't know the final product, but I believe you all have approved a Nichiha product in the past, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the exact names. I might be able to pull it up in that past project.
That's okay. Staff can guide it. I think that we understand supply chain issues and manufacturers discontinuing some of the lines that we prefer has been an issue for everybody. But I just think we need to kind of cover our bases in the notes about a minimum thickness of the material in order to achieve the shadow lines that are characteristic of the district.
Got it.
Can you tell us the material of the doors?
Yes, they would be wood on the front and the side, wood front door, wood side door, and then the rear slider would be an aluminum clad.
Okay, thanks. We might just need some notes on that. Staff has it in their notes about some column dimensions and the porch section showing the beam column relationships, so I won't spend much time on that. On your slide 5 analysis, you reference brackets in your notes. Can you tell us about the brackets, because we don't see them on the elevations?
Let's see, I believe they are under the kitchen window, if I'm not mistaken.
I got you.
They-
It's to support the bay?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll touch one more thing on the, sorry, I know I'm jumping around through my notes here. Some of my fellow commissioners already hit on some things. I'll say one more thing about the tree identification on the site plan and the protection plan. I totally see where you're coming from, that it's a relatively clear site and there are no trees that need to be removed. I think with the alley access and this being a relatively well-traveled road on a curve that's going to have parking limitations, our concern is that it will be attractive to park on the roots of those trees from the alley and to store materials on the roots of those trees from the alley. And so we really need to meet the same standard of tree identification and protection plans and fencing as every application, because they still are at a very high level of risk for mobilization and storage on site.
Understood.
Christy, can you go to the front elevation? This one I think is again a minor detail on the front elevation. Ashley, I think you've referenced the book Build Your House Right in previous applications and understand it really well. That upper level window should be smaller than the main level windows on the front elevation to kind of comply with the character of the neighborhood. I think I've heard you talk about that before, so I think it's fine. I think it's just a simple adjustment. It looks like it's in a loft and not an egress issue.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I do believe it is slightly smaller, but we may want to make it a little bit smaller than that just for.
Cool, thank you.
Yes.
So that covers like all of my minor notes, which I think are pretty manageable. My big question has to do with the shed dormers on the back. They have a 1 in 12 slope or a 1 1/4 in 12 slope. I think it might be listed in 2 different places. And that's functionally a flat roof. I don't think we've ever approved a shed dormer with a 1 in 12 slope. And of course, we can't do 1 in 12 slopes in architectural shingles, even if they do have underlayment. The code limits us to nothing below 2 for that. And I think it's being driven by, the 10-foot main level and the 9-foot upper level. And in fact, is pushing the distance between the head of the windows and the overhang of the shed very tall it's a lot of space above the windows, and then the overhang on those sheds appear to be about 8 inches, which is significantly smaller than the rest of the house. And so it's a combination of a variety of our standards, you know, roof form, massing, fenestration and rhythm, and and we're very close to the edges on all 3 sides here. So it actually functionally is a 2-story box that's very tall and much taller than anything in the surrounding context with a flat roof. And I think this is going to be incredibly challenging for this commission to accept in that regard. And so, I mean, we've seen hundreds of these houses in all of these districts that have very generous spaces upstairs that are able to accommodate, you know, lower fascia lines and windows that are protected by overhangs. And in this context, I mean, we cannot require 3D models, but I think 3D models are going to be important for the commission to, if you want to convince the commission that this 2-story box with a flat roof is something that you want to proceed with. I think it would be important to show us that it's not going to be highly visible from the turn in both directions, because on the left side, you've got the alley, and on the right side, you're very far forward of the neighbor's house.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Hawkins.
Actually, Commissioner Hyman covered exactly what I was going to say, so I will leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. All right, any other questions before we close? Anything you want to add, Ashley, before we close?
Not that I can think of. I've made lots of notes, so thank you all for your comments.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, I just had one question. If you could go to slide or page 15. I can't tell from that, but are you in line in terms of your foundation with the other houses there?
It appears to be so. Am I allowed to talk right now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You are,
I'm
we're
sure
still
we
open.
closed, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you look to the house to the right where it says first level, it appears we're pretty well in line with that, as well as the tops of the headers, I believe are very close.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, Ashley. We will close now for deliberation. Commissioner Hyman, why don't you lead us in conversation on this one?
You tell me what needs to be discussed further, or do you want me to give kind of a summary? 'Cause
Why
I was
don't
taking
we,
notes.
yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we give a summary of some of our challenges, and that might help us parlay that into a motion.
Sure. I'm just going to go through by guideline, by standard.
Perfect.
So for context, I think that Commissioner Henningsen made some good points about the surroundings. I think this is a context that is accepting of a variety of architectural style choices, but we're going to be looking for consistency with the immediate context in those choices. I think also Commissioner Barth made a really astute comment about that. With the eaves, about making a decision about one or the other, but the open eaves being associated with a craftsman stylistic expression and the closed eaves perhaps being associated with a different stylistic expression. Commissioner Barth, please correct me if I misunderstood you on that. Okay.
You're good, he said.
Okay. For setback, I think we need, you know, an exhibit showing the relative block setback, and the rear yard calculations from the Sanborn map. The left elevations, I'll go to spacing. Spacing, I think Commissioner Henningsen made a really astute point about the alley and the justification to the right side of the lot, throwing off the spacing of the block and adjusting the position on the site plan being a fairly straightforward correction to that. I'll skip orientation because I think this context is accepting of a variety of orientations, unless someone disagrees with me. Massing is the biggest one for me, so I will come back to that. Height and width, I think, is going to be incredibly challenging because the context is so low. I think that the strategy to have this lower front dormer and make the decision to use it as, this overflow loft space so that it's allowed to stay lower by code is a really smart decision because it allows the applicant to, push the programmatic requirements and the homeowner's expectations for the space and the height to the back under a roof that is receding from the plane of view, right? So there's a lot of success in that approach. I do think it's still pretty tall relative to the surrounding. And so if there is a way to massage that, I think the idea is a good idea for the strategy, but I think it still appears to be a little bit high relative to its surroundings, particularly the loft window height relative to its surroundings. The scale, the width of it is right in line with every 50-foot lot in the area. This 32 feet is very standard, 30 to 32 is very standard. So I think it's really the spacing more when it comes to that. Roof form and materials, that's a really big one too. It ties into the massing. Cornices and trim, I think we just need to make sure that the trim material is thicker than a double thickness of the lap siding. And we just need some information on those dimensions in order to do that and make a decision one way or the other about the eaves, which I do think ties into the stylistic expression of the house. Doors and windows, the applicant said there were wood doors. I think we just need a note on that in the drawings. And we do need some consistency about the pane proportions. I understand there's some limitations given the roof configurations and which rooms need egress and which don't. But obviously we've got a variety of solutions to that to play with, and we don't need to dictate it. There's a lot of options there. Porches, we need to meet the minimum porch depth requirement, and we need some sections showing the beam column relationship. Column dimensions. We need all of the brick foundations to remain unpainted. We need that noted. The materials, the applicant has voiced they need some flexibility given supply chain and availability issues, but staff could work with them on what's available, but we do need minimum thickness information in order to evaluate the project. Rhythm ties into the bigger issue. And landscape, again, the tree information, even though we are not losing any trees, is still critical. Spacing, box eaves, porch depth, height. So that, I think, just gets to, the elephant in the room, which is the massing and roof forms and fenestration and rhythm on the back, which is the one that I think we probably need further discussion on.
Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Anything that you all want to add before we start discussing massing? Yeah, it's pretty detailed. So, yeah, please,
I
Commissioner.
have one small point. I don't know that it's worthy of mentioning, but the porch height on the front does look a little like kind of on the threshold of not meeting code for omission of railing. So I'd probably request that the applicant look into that, and if one is required, to come back with details for that.
Okay, thank you. So if, because Ashley will have to restudy the height of this particular building, I think that the design will change considerably, hopefully also the massing. So what kind of direction outside of bring it down should we be sharing?
I don't necessarily say bring it down, because there could be an example across the street to the left.
Okay.
But there may not be.
So let's say,
But worst case.
worst case scenario, it needs to come down a little. Why don't we do 2 lanes? First, worst case scenario, it needs to come down some. Best case scenario, it gets to stay at the height that it's at? Like, what kind of direction should we be giving Ashley with each option? Yeah, Commissioner Heineman.
Well, I do think it's in our mission statement to stay relevant and allow adaptation of these neighborhoods. And I think some of the most challenging projects are these types of streets where we have, 15-foot tall context, right? And so I may be in the minority of this opinion, but I do think we need to come up with viable strategies for the communities to, thrive and stay relevant, even in these really complicated contexts. So again, I don't think we can require 3D images superimposed on real world photographs from anyone. But to me, this is such a challenging lot that, and it would, like, that would be compelling. It would be really meaningful. If it's possible to, get further away and take photos with the context and superimpose a sketch of this in 3 dimensions, it would be incredibly helpful, because if I'm having to speculate and I'm looking at the site plan and I'm looking at it relative to this open alley and relative to this deep curve with a house that's set way back, I can only speculate that I really am looking at a 2-story box with a flat roof, and I would need to be convinced otherwise, honestly. So I don't think we can require that, but I think it would be a meaningful exhibit if that is the direction that the applicant would like to go in.
I agree. It usually helps me personally as a commissioner to see a 3-dimensional view, because 2-dimensional views are unforgiving, not as forgiving as the 3-dimensional ones. Commissioner Hawkins?
This may be really obvious, but does it matter that once the applicant restudies the 360-degree view, context of the home, that the homes across the street are up, the grade is a lot higher? Like, does that impact the height in which she can use, or she has to use the height of the home from grade on their side? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I do, because it presents differently.
correct.
Because it's on a stage.
Yes.
I would think that it's from grade to ridge, but
That's why we use the grade to ridge measurement, is so that we don't account for, if something does sit on a hill or in a ditch.
It equalizes
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
Yeah, okay. So we're saying that if you want to keep it at this height, you need to convince us that it somehow fits into the context of the 360. That doesn't, so let's say that Ashley found something. What about the massing? How do we address that? Yeah, Commissioner Barth?
One thing that I noticed in reviewing this application, the applicant does have the unique ability, given the existing conditions on this block, that they have a very deep lot compared to others surrounding it. And given that it's on a curve, I think the house could afford to be pushed back a little bit, obvious, as some commissioners had said. And then I think it's going to be pretty apparent, especially as Commissioner Heineman has noted, seeing this potentially in 3 dimensions, should the applicant be willing to do so. I think we're going to see, the top portion of this pretty obviously as you go down the street, especially it being on a curve. So we need to be really careful with what we approve here.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I have a question. The roof pitch on the back, Jessica, I think you mentioned it was 1/12?
Yeah, it's 1-inch rise for 12 inches of.
Right, so given that, I know that in our guidelines, there has to be precedent for that in the neighborhood, to have a roof pitch of such a variance as that one is. Does that apply as well if it is in the back, not seen?
I think the issue is that it's highly visible on this site. I mean, the closest precedent is probably the extremely contemporary flat roof one. in the
Which is,
neighborhood.
that's a different.
It's a totally
minimum.
different stylistic expression, right? But that's probably the closest thing we have to a 1 in 12 in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think for the applicant, it would be good to know if there's anything like that that they've modeled that from.
Christy is showing us the view now of how, the flat roof dormer is roughly at the front of this house that we're looking at because of the curve.
And then just to reiterate another point you brought up, Jessica, that means that the materials used on that part of the roof will probably change. And so,
Yeah, we would need to accept either like a flat rolled roofing or a metal roofing for that slope.
mhm.
We would need to consider, we would need to consider a different type of roof. The architectural shingles go down, the roofers only like to take them down to 3 and 12 in my experience. The code allows you to take them down to 2 and 12, but anything less than 4 requires like a double underlayment.
Okay. So we are currently at 2:20, and I think we have enough to make a motion. It sounds like it's going to be a continuation. So let's get something down in writing that helps Ashley and then move on to our next case. Okay. Jessica, you want to take the lead on this one?
Sure, I can try. If anybody,
We'll work as a team.
if anyone can jump in if I miss anything. I'm going to go by the list of standards.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
What you said earlier, I think, is perfect.
Okay. So for context, I think we have established that there are a variety of architectural stylistic expressions in the context. And that
Jessica, sorry to interrupt. Will you start off by saying if this is a continuation, approval, or denial?
I move to continue this application for further study of the following. To choose a stylistic expression that is consistent through the detailing of the project. To have a setback exhibit noting the streetscape and relative setbacks that informs the placement of the proposed house on the site. Rear yard calculations that are based on the Sanborn maps. To consider shifting the proposed house location on the site to meet the spacing of the context and to reference the Zoutwell surveys for that. To restudy the height relative to the context and restudy the context for additional height reference points. To make every effort to reconsider the ridge height of the front dormer relative to the immediate surroundings. That the brick foundations are to remain unpainted. That the proposal of open eaves or boxed eaves be consistent and related to the stylistic expression of the proposed house. That the lap siding and trim and corner boards reference minimum thicknesses. That the doors are wood and that the window STDL proportions be consistent throughout. That the front dormer window be smaller than the main level windows per the Build Your House Right pattern book. That the porch be a minimum of 8 feet deep. That we have porch column dimensions and a porch section from roof to foundation referencing the relationships between the elements, and that if the porch finished floor height to grade is close to the code requirement for a railing, that we have a proposed railing, knowing that the hope is that there will be no railing. that the applicant restudy the massing relative to the height of the main side-to-side gable and the flat roof shed dormers in the back, their relationship to the main level wall planes, their overhangs, the relationship of the window head heights to the eaves, and the depth of the eaves. What am I missing here? There's more that we talked about there.
Trees on site plan.
Thank you. That the site plan show HVAC screening, provide front and side walkway dimensions, provide parking pad dimensions, and that the trees are located, identified which trees are remaining, and provide tree protection plan for the trees that are remaining, including fencing to minimize parking and material storage via alley access on the tree roots.
Anything about work with staff to approve them, work with staff on suitable siding or other suitable materials?
Yeah, I think, why don't we add to the motion that
Specify the dimensions.
we need minimum dimensions, that staff can work with the applicant on the material specifications, but the application should include minimum dimensions and should accurately represent the relationship, as accurately as possible, represent the relationship between trim and corner boards to the double thickness of lap siding.
I might have missed it. Jessica, did you mention the shed dormer?
I said to restudy the massing.
Okay.
I should have brought this up in discussion, so I apologize. For the wood front and side doors, and this might be an amendment if all agree, do we need to request that those doors have divided light to meeting the architectural style, or does everyone feel like that's acceptable as this non-divided?
I might defer that to staff. And the only reason I say that is because I think homeowners usually have a really strong opinion about them, and staff is good at guiding homeowners to consistent choices. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Barth?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And this is just a comment. I believe Ashley had also mentioned that there was aluminum clad slider for one of the doors. So I know you had said, hey, let's make sure that all the doors are wood. There may be one outlier that's still a wood door, but it's aluminum clad. So just.
Thank you. I think that's really astute to mention that. Ashley's response is totally consistent with, I think, what we've approved in the past, which is that entry doors visible from the public right-of-way are typically wood, and the glassy openings on the back of the house, we have typically allowed aluminum clad wood. Is that correct, Christy?
Correct.
Thank
So,
you.
general theme is.
Thank you for saying that.
Staff approvable.
Yes, that would be staff approvable, and it is acceptable for a variety of types of doors on the back of the house to be aluminum clad, yes. Thank you for saying that.
Okay. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to continue passes 10-0. All right. Thank you, Ashley. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Next application.
Okay, the next application is 465 West Worthington, and, well, it's 1901 South Mint. David Wales, are you with us?
I am. I'm here.
Hi, David. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Okay, great. This application is a new application to the commission. The commission approved an accessory structure and an addition to the house under a former application. However, when the accessory structure was being built, it was being built not in accordance with the approved plans. So there's a stop work order on the project and a new application is required because due to some some topography that was discovered during the construction, there are changes that the applicant wishes to make to the accessory building that staff can't approve. So this is a new application for an accessory structure at 1901 South Mint. It has received its own address as 465 West Worthington. There have been some changes that are detailed in the staff memo, and then also you can see the original and proposed plans are included on pages 5, 6, and 7. The one thing I will note is that there are also in the agenda supplement, there's also some additional current images of what the foundation was, the house under construction, what's there so far, and then there's also information submitted by a neighbor that is 14, 15, 16, and then the neighbor also submitted a couple of photos on 17 and 18, and these slide numbers are for the agenda supplement. So again, there's a stop work order on it, and the commission is to review the project as if it's not been built on its merits. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David. David, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
David Wales, and my address is 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Thanks, David. I am on slide 5. So if you want to just, walk through the project, we do have some, I guess our new commissioner isn't here. We might have some new commissioners who aren't familiar with the original project. So just feel free to start from scratch. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Christy. And so as Christy mentioned, we ran into some issues with the site work due to the large oak tree in the back left corner, as well as some subsurface rock on the back side of the property. And we were not able to grade the property like we were. Unfortunately, our masons decided to make some on-site decisions without approval and without knowledge of the historic district process. And we luckily those pictures, the pictures that you see do not reflect what had originally been built. We actually cut down the foundation to show what you are currently seeing in some of the photos that she showed, but they actually built the foundation an additional 16 inches higher than what is currently. It has been cut down to what is the approved height, with the exception of at the back because of the topography. We had to raise. If you go to the next or to 2 slides forward, if you see where we have kind of a step up at the back of the foundation due to the topography, it was along the back part of the wall back there where there was where we ran into rock as well as some large roots from that oak that we did not want to remove at the risk of killing and hurting that tree. We'd already shifted the house over further in order to kind of keep it off that root system, but the root system's pretty extensive, and we were able to avoid all of it except for this one major trunk line or root line that's extending along the back. But we didn't damage it, but we weren't able to grade down like we had wanted to. But anyway, so the two things that that this resulted in is one, the stepped foundation that you see shown on the right there, and as well as it put our overall foundation higher than we had originally wanted. And so we, in response, we have lowered the overall height by just under 2 feet, and changed the slopes on the two dormers from what was a 312 and a asphalt shingle roof to a 212 with standing seam metal. I know I've heard a number of the board commissioners mentioned that you can do a 212 in asphalt shingles, but in most cases, most roofers will not warranty asphalt shingles on a 212 slope, which is the reasoning why we have changed it over to a standing seam metal roof. And so that's really the changes that we're requesting. Just the lowered roof form, so the roof slope on the main gable there, it's not shown in this view. Maybe it's on the next one. It went from a 12-12 to a 10-12, I believe. Can you go to the next slide, Christy? Oh, no, it's an 11-12. So, or wait, no, that's the original. So I think that's a misprint on that one. I think we went from a 12-12 to a 10-12 on the main gable, and from a 312 to a 212 on the dormers. And then again, the stepped foundation in the back, so that we didn't have, the siding below grade, or, we wanted to keep masonry up against the grade on the backside. So those are the changes we're requesting.
Okay. Is that all, David?
That is it. I'm glad to answer any questions. None of the windows changed. The door position, the door actually, if you can see, it went from a 36-inch to a 32 because it got pushed over just a slight bit, and that's actually the kitchen there. And so the cabinets were, it was starting to encroach too much on the cabinets. So the door size did change from a 36 to a 32-inch width. But it's still a solid wood, colonial style 6-panel door.
Okay. All right. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this? Okay.
Justin Bell.
Mhm.
Justin, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Justin, if again for the court reporter, you would state your name and your address.
Sure. Justin Bell, 1829 South Mint Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Justin, I have your information, your photos pulled up. Just let me know if you'd like me to show anything else in the plans.
I think my three big things are not even big things. I live directly across the street. So in this view that you're looking at right here, I live across the street to the right of this photo. So my backyard and my side of my house looks over on this. So I guess my first question is, so it gets a whole separate address? So it's one lot, but it has two addresses?
That's not, yeah, so Justin, that has nothing to do with historic districts, unfortunately. I would ask you to direct that question to, I think, zoning administration. And if they're not right, I'm glad
that's fine. That's fine.
I'm glad to connect you with people who can answer that for you. But
So again,
unfortunately, the commission can't.
That's fine, thank you. But my comments are more that, this is called the historic board. I'm, using finger quotes, historic, I guess my issue is that they're putting a whole house behind another house. So my two issues that I have are that, number one, it started work and it looked like when it was originally starting that, and the architect had said that, yes, it's been knocked back down, and it has been knocked down quite a bit, but I guess want to double check that by the drawings, and everything, this ADU will not be taller than the main house next to it, correct? Or will it, or, I mean, it appears not to, but again, the reason I bring it up is the fact that it has been already started, and again, it got knocked down. I'm just double checking that, you know, if it gets the board's approval to go ahead and build, and then all of a sudden we find out that it went over, like, I guess want assurances that it's not just gonna be some towering kind of thing, despite whatever the submitted design shows.
Justin, I'll let David speak to that.
Sure.
David, we can't hear you.
Yes, hello. Sorry. Yes, that's one of the, it's pretty much the whole reason why we have done what we've done. One, because the Masons built it incorrectly, but two, because if we had continued, it would have been above the existing roof height. And so
Right.
the whole, the whole process of going back before the HDC, which this was planned before the stop work order was put on. The stop work order got put on after after the framing started, which we were planned to to have this listened to last month, but it didn't get to it. So the stop work order was put on at that point. But yes, no, the roof height will be below the existing house's roof height.
Okay. And then my second question is again, there's a limited amount of parking. You're not allowed to park on our side of West Mint, or excuse me, on our side of South Mint. And so the front house doesn't have a driveway. And then you're adding another house in the back of it. And from the drawings, from what I could gather from the drawings, it is planned to have a parking pad next to the home and use the alleyway as the, it's a public access alleyway, of course, but to use that as the, driveway in finger quotes. I know that there's nothing wrong with that, but my question is, if you're looking at this photo, that's basically the alleyway going back. And so you'll need to have like a, curb line will have to be modified. My question is the city going to pay for that drop inlet to be moved? And then if you notice where those garbage cans are, that appears to be an underground electrical box.
Justin, I think we are not accessing it through the alleyway.
Okay.
It will be directly in line with the left edge of the house. And it's only a 10-foot wide pad. So it won't even, the actual foundation is 10 feet off of that pin oak, which you see in that back corner there.
Okay.
And so it will not affect the sewer nor the electrical box there.
Okay. Then all my issues are solved. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you, Justin. Do we have anyone else, Christy?
No.
Okay, I'll start with my questions then. David, in the proposal, in the packet we received, it says the ADU height is now proposed to be 2110 from grade to ridge and equal to the height of the primary structure. You just told Justin that it's going to be shorter. So will you tell us what's what?
It's going to be shorter. The packet shows it, if you look at the addition ridge line, it's actually below the gable of the main house, if you look to the right. So the new ridge line on the ADU is below that gable ridge, but it's roughly in line with the addition ridge line.
Okay, I'll just start off by expressing my concerns. I think early on when we were looking at the last application, there were some of us who were concerned about the ADU because it has a little stoop. It looks like a house. But I think we as a body said, because it was clearly secondary to the primary structure, that we were willing to let that go. And now we're looking at a house with its own address, again, with the stoop and the, you know, and the covered front, the covered stoop, and a different directional, a different orientation, so it kind of feels separate from the house. It's a challenge, and I'm sorry that this has happened. I can only imagine how frustrated you are. But our standards say that it should be clearly secondary, and this is not. So can you tell us why we should say yes to this?
I don't understand how it's not clearly secondary because I mean, how it was clearly secondary at a 1'6" dimension offset, but now that we're more in the 6 to 8 inches, it's not. That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, it has its own address.
Well, it has to have its own address. That's not anything I can control. That has nothing to do with the architectural character of the house having its own address.
Commissioners, any other questions for David? Yes, Commissioner
Yeah,
Walker.
I think if we could get some specific dimensions, it would be very helpful. And I would ask for exactly the height of the grade to ridge of your main house and the height of the grade to ridge of the ADU. Those are two very specific numbers that will help us determine the secondary nature of this ADU.
Any other questions? Yes.
I do have one
okay.
more, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do see where you were challenged by that large oak tree in the back. But what I haven't been able to see, and I've driven over there several times, is any place on your property where you have followed any of the TPP guidelines that are in your application. So I'm concerned about those trees, for one, and wondered if you could explain, maybe you took everything away and I missed it, but all the times I've been there, I've never seen anything at all to protect any of the trees.
What exactly, which are you talking about, the tree along the in the back corner there?
Yeah, if you go to your, the guidelines the tree protection plan that you were given by whoever it was that you hired, and they listed some advice on how to take care of those trees to protect them during construction. That's really what I remember reading and wondered.
Yes. I mean, those were in effect when we were doing the foundation work, but it was removed after the foundation work was complete.
Oh, okay. I'm guessing I missed all that.
That's typically not the process. Tree protection plans stay in place throughout construction.
All right, yeah,
Yes,
thank
I
you.
think that's what's driving Commissioner Walker's questions.
Yeah.
Okay,
Commissioner
well,
Hagan, I'm sorry,
we
I
can
don't want to
definitely
jump in. Go ahead.
reinstitute those.
Okay, well, I never saw any sign of any of them, but like I said, I could have missed that moment. And the other questions I had were, when you did your impermeable calculations, did you measure from the original structure?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then my other question is, I see the roof pitch changing over time. I think originally, when you submitted this, it was 4/12, then it went down to 3/12, and now it's 2/12. And per our guidelines, specifically 6.13, number 3, when you have a pitch line that's, such as yours, it's important that you find something compatible in the neighborhood from which you can establish that as this is a pitch line that we have in our neighborhood. And if you could do that, that would help as well.
Any other comments, Commissioner Walker?
Do you have the HVAC location?
Let's see. It would have been on yes, if you look there, on the original.
Anyone want to ask about the driveway situation question?
I think that we were getting to that. Yep.
I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Henningsen.
And I was just going to make a comment about height. I mean, if, I'm hearing the applicant say that, this ADU is going to be shorter, but if I just take what's presented in the application, the ADU is the same height as the house. And if I were to, without hearing the applicant say, it's 6 inches lower, which still is not enough, if I were just to read this on its own, this is an immediate denial for me. So my recommendation is, when you come back, you need to make sure that you detail how many, how much lower the ADU is from grade compared to the original house, because what was originally approved was 1 foot 6 inches. And some commissioners are going to say that was too close, and others are going to say, well, it's close enough. My point being is, in my opinion, and I'm not speaking for all the commissioners, my opinion is anything that comes back that's less than 1 foot 6 inches is a denial. So just think through that as you're going back.
Can you tell me show me where in the guideline it indicates 1 foot 6 inches?
I'm going by what was previously approved.
I know, but you always say that you constantly say in these presentations that it doesn't matter what was approved. It's what's in the guidelines. So I need to have you show me somewhere in the guidelines where it says 1 foot 6, please.
So it does not say 1 foot 6. It does say that the accessory structure, accessory dwelling needs to be clearly secondary, clearly subservient. And that, sir, is not clearly any of those.
And just for your reference, it is 8.10, number 3.
And what does it state?
Specifically says, any new outbuilding must be clearly secondary, height, footprint, scale, massing to the main structure on the site.
But it doesn't have a dimension indicated, correct?
This is Christie.
Clearly secondary.
This is Christie, 8.10, number 7. Larger outbuildings such as garages and accessory dwelling units not located on corner lots that are a maximum of 24 feet in height and or a minimum 2 feet shorter than the primary structure as measured from grade to ridge, and that meet all other design requirements may be eligible for administrative approval. So the basic guidelines for administrative approval for ADUs not on corner lots is that it has to be 2 foot shorter than the main house.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, David, I had a question. So the foundation ended up being 16 inches higher than what was anticipated. Did I hear you say that one of the reasons for that was that there were tree roots encountered where the footings were going to be? Is that correct?
No, if they were along the way we were going to grade the entire site, it changed how far down we could go. If you look at the photograph, we were hoping to be able to grade the entire site to be much closer to what it is at the sidewalk and not require as many steps up. We've had to add an additional step up onto the foundation as well in order we just basically are not able to get the foundation as low as we were originally anticipating.
And that's because of the tree or
No, the tree root was just along the back edge. And so that we had to keep the grade up back there. We couldn't cut it down. There was actual bedrock that we hit, and along the middle of the foundation that we could not go any deeper. That we couldn't grade it any greater than we did.
Okay, thanks. So it was the bedrock that was the limiting factor.
Yes, but we couldn't cut the grade down any further in the back, and had to step the footing up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Goodwin. Any other questions for David before we close?
Yes. And I thought I heard you say that all the windows and everything would be exactly the same. But if you look at the drawing showing the original front elevation of the building and the proposed, the upper level windows do not appear to be the same size.
They are.
My eyes are really bad. Okay, that's,
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, thank you. David, I just had a quick question. I apologize if I somehow missed this when we were talking about the site plan. I just want some clarity, I guess, on how you access that parking pad. I don't know if we need to go back to the photographs or.
How do you access the parking pad? Oh,
Yeah,
right
I
there in
guess-
the front there. There would probably be gravel in the front part of the driveway between the sidewalk and the concrete parking pad.
I guess if, Christy, could you go back to the photograph that shows the site, that shows the, it had the garbage cans and then it had the sewer, yeah. So I guess it's just to the right, so there's gonna be a curb cut just to the right of that sewer?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, one last question, David. Windows, can we go back to a picture of the front of the house or any of the house from so this is actually a great example. So in the addition, I see picture frame molding around your addition on the main house. And I know we didn't approve that.
Yes, they have gone. They are the siding guys are going back to put sills in.
Okay, so your window detail on the ADU won't be picture frame, it'll be what's in the drawing.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Henningsen. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close? Anything you want to say, David, before we close?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Walker, will you lead us in this one, please?
Yeah, I guess the challenge for me is that it seems to have creeped over time into something that's a little bit more than your average bear in terms of an ADU. And it really is, it's its own private residence. And given that, I'm concerned about what kind of precedent this might set for future ADUs on other lots and whether we need to take a really stricter look at how we go forward with this.
Sure, I agree. Why don't we do a quick round robin on this one? Yeah,
May I
Christy?
just remind the commission of an in-depth discussion that we had, and I don't mean to call you out, but I'm going to, Commissioner Walker. You were very specific about the double driveway appearance with the alley at the first go-round, and it was required that they were going to use the alley as access to the parking pads so that they didn't create this this potential for a double driveway in the event that this alley were finished off for a property owner who, might live along the alley a little further. And so I just think there needs to be some clarity. If you change your minds, totally fine, but just some clarity on on a new site plan for what you're approving or what we need to see so that I know what I'm authorized to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My challenge is that despite what is said, 6 inches below the primary does not appear secondary to me. And if this is the best that we can do, then it's going to be a denial for me.
I'm the same.
Yeah, I second that. Also, too, Christy, this might be a question for you because it's something that was written up. So reading the proposal, the finished floor was 14 feet tall. Or, excuse me, it says the ADU was approved at a height of 14 feet.
like the COA said 15 feet as measured from finished floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, that makes more sense with the math, because somehow we were only going up 18 inches because of site limitations, but yet the house grew 3 feet. So it just, I would like to hear from Nathan, the tree guy too, to see about this critical root zone. I mean, it sounded like it's more about the rock they hit than the tree, but that was also thrown out there in conversation. And especially with, if it's that much bigger, that pad that we just referenced is that much closer to the critical root zone. And then do they need new permeable calculations now that it's 2 lots and this is completely separate
It's still the same lot.
with
Not,
2 addresses?
yeah, I don't really know how that works. That's
Okay.
not us, but it's still
Okay.
the same lot. They haven't subdivided anything.
I trust you.
Yeah.
right, thank you.
So we're just looking at it as it's an accessory structure. We're not looking at use. We're looking at appearance and how it relates to the main primary structure on the lot.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand how it's that much closer to the top and we had that much of a discussion from the start. So I understand the difficulty in finding stuff in the site, but this isn't close to
All
what
right.
we approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Miron. Anyone else have anything to add that has not already been stated? Commissioner Heineman?
I feel like our precedent for these metal roofs is limited in its application. And we generally have not allowed low slope dormers with metal roofs that tie into shingle roofs, unless there is a historic stylistic precedent that supports that.
Thank you for bringing that point up. All right, so here we are. A quick round robin around the room. Are you leaning towards continuation or are you leaning towards denial? Commissioner Hawkins,
Denial.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Denial.
Commissioner Heineman,
A continuation, but only because the denial forces the applicant to wait to come back to us, and it's an open construction site, and I don't want to leave a construction site open.
Commissioner Miron.
I'm on the fence here. I mean, I think David, the applicant, got stuck with a soggy bag right now with just everything that was site. And I do want to give him credit to what he cut off that foundation, because you can clearly see in one of the pictures that he's not lying when they went 16 inches above and they tried to retrofit that. So I think he has the best intention for the site, but again, this is getting high quick.
Yeah.
So I'm still listening.
Okay, Commissioner Henningsen.
I mean, not everybody is, not everybody deserves a 2-story ADU in the back of their house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Initially coming into this, I was in denial,
Mm-hmm.
but I do think, great point, Chris. Soggy bag, is that what you said? Okay, all right. So I definitely think the applicant, needs an opportunity. I know he's heard us. He needs an opportunity to come back and make some tweaks on massing and height or something. So I'm on continue.
Okay, I'm going to ditto what you said, Commissioner Henningsen. I was really about the denial, but not only based on the fact that this was a challenge that David's been given, but also because our charge is to protect our houses and the site. And thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Heineman. I don't want this just sitting there. I'd like to, if we have an opportunity to fix the problem, to fix it. So Commissioner Barth.
I'm leaning towards continuance.
Okay. Hayden.
Continue.
Walker. All right. So Commissioner Walker, do you mind floating a motion for us? We'll work as a team. Yes.
I move to continue this application, requesting that the applicant revisit the height of the ADU as it relates to the primary structure. Further study of the impact of both the alley and the driveway pavements vis-a-vis curb cutouts as well. A clearer understanding of how the applicant has abided by TPP guidelines as given.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walker. And let's get some standards for Commissioner Walker to add to her motion. So let's see, the height of the ADU, it was referenced earlier. What is that?
8.10 number 3 and 7.
Okay. Do we have one for the driveway?
The 8.2.
8.2.
Yeah, sidewalk.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Hawkins. And then one for the tree protection. Eight 8.5. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Walker, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. All right, so any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Mehren,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you, David.
Did you want a 10-minute break before number 3?
Yep.
Thank you.
So why don't we take 10 and come back at 3:16?
Okay, we're back. I'd like to note for the record that Kim Parati has stepped away from the meeting, and Vice Chair PJ Henningsen will be chairing this next application, 1921 Park Road. Alan Brooks, Doug Eman, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, is Alan with you?
I believe should be online.
Okay, have y'all been sworn in?
I haven't.
Okay, we're gonna do that first. And if y'all will be sworn in too, PJ?
All right. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond to "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. The next application again is 1921 Park Road. It is for an addition to the main house. It is for the demolition of an existing accessory building and the new construction of a new accessory building. There's also a good bit of site work occurring as shown on the site plan slide 5. Let's see here. It is a very big file. And the site plan's on 5. So the new addition is to the rear, and then this is the new accessory building. I believe it's being accessed by the alley behind, and then site work with a pool and a structure that's visible from the front, the new pergola, and some retaining walls. So with that, Doug, Alan, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. And I have you on slide 10 to start. Let me know where you'd like to go.
Doug Eman, 1915 Springdale Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thanks. Alan? It looks like Alan's unmuted. Alan, maybe change the inputs for your computer or your headphones. Alan, can you try using the call-in feature instead?
I don't know. I think he's done this before. I hope.
Okay. Well, what we might do is we might move on to the next agenda item and come back to y'all because I know it's important for Alan to be able to speak. Chair, are you okay with that?
I spoke with him over the break and asked him if he was ready, and he was.
Okay.
But if he's unable to connect,
Our next applications, they're consent items. They should move fairly quickly. So why don't we go through those and then circle back with you, and that'll give you about 10 minutes by the time we're done with our consent agenda.
sure.
We'll come back. So ask Doug if you could help Alan, have Alan call in.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Ricky Long, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Ricky, were you just sworn in?
No, I haven't been yet.
Okay, so let me call upon Ricky. Will, are you with us? And Stan and Chris. If all of y'all will be sworn in, we're going to move really quickly through these next applications. So PJ, if you could swear people in. Oh, hey, Stan. Sorry. If y'all could be sworn in.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great.
Thanks. This next application is a consent agenda item. It is a one-story American small house. The commission, just for some background for the commission, there was an approved project a number of years ago for this property, and it's shown on slide 5. It had a full front porch and sort of a half-story addition, raising the ridge. And so I guess the house sold, and when it came back across my desk, I was really pleased to see the, really minimal touch that was going on here. What they're doing is they're just adding a little covered porch. It's over the existing concrete pad that's there. I will note that the concrete pad that's there is kind of disintegrated, so they are going to remove it and re-pour it in the exact same footprint, and then just add a little covering over it. They're not expanding the size at all. And then they're also adding a couple of dormers. And the slide 23 and slide 24 give some perspectives to show kind of what it's going to look like. With that, it is recommended for consent. And they did provide the rear yard permeability calculations. Those are in the agenda supplement, and they are meeting those. Post-construction 27.2% will be impermeable under the 50% threshold. So with that, I'll turn it over to PJ.
So is it,
So we don't have anyone signed up to speak for or against.
Okay.
So it is if any commissioners want to hear the project in full
Okay.
and take it off the consent agenda, or you would call for a motion.
okay. Commissioners, is there any one of you that want to hear this application in full? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, all right. So this application will stay on the consent agenda. Commissioners, I need a motion. Jess?
I'd like to make a motion with a stipulation.
Okay.
I move to approve this application as it, second, I've got the language right here. Is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new construction, with the stipulation that the dormers cannot remain coplanar with the main level walls and must be pulled in a minimum of 6 inches and preferably 12 inches from any main level wall.
Okay. Commissioners,
Second.
we have a second, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Is there discussion on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Application approved, 9-0.
Thank you. Our next application is 1621 Dilworth Road East. It's the St. Patrick's Rectory. The next two, they're on the consent agenda simply because the projects were reviewed and approved by the commission, but the COA was not issued and the project approval expired. So the applicant is requesting that the HDC reaffirm its previous decision. There are some minor scope changes to this project. They're outlined on slide 1. And some of the changes provided were the conditions that the project was approved with. You wanted to see detailed drawings on the screen porch. Those have been provided. They made a small material swap. They clarified the representation of the screen door. And they shifted the skylight and made some really minor tweaks to the limestone sill on rear windows. But with that, these are all very minor changes. The project otherwise is not substantially changed from how the commission approved it. So it's here for reaffirmation, and I don't believe we have anyone on the line to speak for or against this project.
All right. Commissioners, is there anyone that wants to hear this application in full? All right, application remains on the consent agenda. Commissioner Murin.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this as the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new constructions, Chapter 6, with the, but following, excuse me, one recommendation that it follows the staff, to work with staff for door and window specs.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes?
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes, approved, 9-0.
And the next application is the same thing, 1141 Leganor Place. The approval expired before the COA was issued, and it was resubmitted exactly the same with what the commission approved on May 12th, 2021. And the commission voted to approve it with the following conditions shown here on slide 1. And again, there are no changes to the project scope. And the applicant is requesting the HDC reaffirm its previous decision. And I would just say you reaffirm the previous decision. You would probably want to include your original, you can say, we wish to, if you want to approve it, you approve it saying we're approving it with the original conditions that the project was approved with. And then staff has noted a couple of additional conditions for your consideration on slide 2. And with that, we don't have anyone wishing to speak for or against the project.
All right, commissioners, is there anyone that wants to hear this application in full? All right, stays on the consent agenda. Commissioner Murin.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with conditions that the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new construction, Chapter 6. The conditions being that the applicant work with staff for window and door specs that meet HDC standards, and that they work with staff to soften the driveway's visibility from the street and meet the driveway standards, as well as a continuation of the conditions from May 12, 2021 of the painted brick and roof on the right-handed addition should match existing per 7.2, number 6, and the relocated window as it responds to the federal guidelines, number 3, as well as number 2. The applicant was directed to work with staff to soften, well, we already did that. Scratch that.
Sorry, that's
Just
my bad. Thanks, Chris.
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Hinman. Commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes, approved 8-1.
Thanks. Congrats, Stan. Thank you. Yeah, have a good day. We're gonna talk to Alan.
Christy, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes, is Alan back and with us?
I hope so. He claims that he found his unmute button.
Alan, can you say hello?
Okay, and I instructed him if he could not navigate through the system here on his laptop or his iPad, that he needs to call into the number given.
Yes.
Hopefully, if he's unable to connect that way, I am just so sorry.
Okay.
Unless you want to hear it from me.
Well, I mean, we would love it, but I know you're depending on Alan too.
Well,
Let's see here. I don't think Candace, Alan's not, we don't have Alan called in. No.
No, Christy, we have no unknown callers at this time, and I do see 2 of Alan's names on the attendee list, and he is both unmuted.
Okay,
I'm not sure what the issue is.
okay. Um,
Boy, okay. I mean, I'm pretty,
so here's what we can do.
I'm
We
really good.
can, Doug, you're welcome to present the project, or we're glad to give you additional time and move on to item number 7. And so you can have some time to work with Alan to get him connected. What would you prefer?
I think Christy, just in the spirit of cooperation, I'll try to get Alan another shot at it.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
no problem.
very familiar with the project, obviously being the owner, but he is the architect of record, and I think it's suitable for him to be on there as well. So let's defer
my
it once
advi-
again, and thank you
Yep.
for the deferral. Thanks.
Sure, and my advice is tell Ellen to leave the meeting and rejoin and to use the test features for testing his audio and his microphone. And if not, there is a call-in number on our website that he can use if he wishes to use that.
Right. I've indicated
All
that
right.
during.
And I'll email that to him too.
Okay.
So with that, let's move on to number 7, 816 Walnut Avenue. Do we need our chair for this? Do we know?
So I was one of the leads on this one.
I know, is Kim coming back?
She is, but
Do we know when?
I'm not sure when.
Can you give me a minute to go find her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Come on up, guys. So we're moving on to item number 7, which is 816 Walnut Avenue. We have some of our applicants with us in the room, and I believe some are joining us online. So welcome, everyone. It's always nice to see people's faces. And just as a reminder to the commission that this is a decision is required at this meeting because the 180 days instituted by state statute runs out just before our August meeting. So we do need a decision today. This application was continued from the June meeting. The items for continuance are noted on the first page of the memo. And there is also a write-up from the applicants about the items of continuation. And then also in the agenda supplement, there is information, there are additional brick and mortar samples. And so I just want to run everyone through these real quick. We have the mortar colors listed on slide 24 of the supplement, and then the brick, and then the mortar is outlined in red that is being suggested for this brick in particular. Candace was our photographer, and she also photographed it with the mortar and the brick side by side. So we have some really good examples for y'all of what the two options will look like. With that, and this supplement is also online. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. If you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please, and then let me know what slide you would like to get started on. If you could use, so since we're still hybrid, if you could be sure to use the microphone, please. Yes, there you go. Thanks.
Brian Slevar, 118 Hallwell, Hallwill Drive, Amherst, New York, 14226.
Brad Everdike, 267 Euclid, Euclid Avenue, Kenmore, New York, 14217.
Adrian Smith, 816 Walnut Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
Okay.
Online, and there's one more online, Julian Adams, 146 2nd Street, Troy, New York.
Did we ask if you've been sworn in? Okay, perfect.
And the only person I'm not sure about is Julian. Julian, have you been sworn in?
No, I've heard it a lot, but I haven't done it myself yet.
Oh, you should have said yes. Okay.
I should
Yes.
have, I should have.
All right, Julian, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. If you go to 21. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see everybody in person, and we've done this a few times over Zoom and video conference. So this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me, I'm just going to structure this based off of the comments that were received from the previous meeting. And this slide specifically kind of speaks to kind of our, the first kind of few comments. The first comment from the last meeting, as well as the second comment, kind of go hand in hand. The first comment was about the massing and complexity of form. There was concern in the previous iteration of the design that there was a large expanse of blank masonry wall on the north side of the building. And then the other comment was about this, was in hand with that, about the fenestration on that same facade. So a lack of fenestration, a lack of porosity in the facade. So as you can see in the image kind of in the middle here, this is a revised proposal for the north facade. So we have added fenestration and broken up that masonry face. So to speak specifically to the masonry and complexity of form argument, there was a suggestion that there might be a break or kind of a step in the wall of the building to help delineate between the front and the back of the building. Or to provide examples of similar buildings in the context in the Wesley Heights district that follow the same massing as our building. So these two images show obviously kind of the corner view of our proposal on the right-hand side. And then the two images on the left show the larger kind of rectilinear block buildings with their short facing the street, and they extend at length at back with fenestration along the long sides, unstepped, one continuous mass. So we have precedent at, again, 600 and 604 Walnut, as well as 720 Grandin for kind of our approach, which again has kind of long continuous masonry facades, but those are again split up by that fenestration. So that is kind of a direct response there to the massing. And then also to the second comment in regard to the fenestration, we have revisited it and added windows there. And then and then Christy, if you could quickly, go to page 30. And this gives you a little bit better straight on view. So at the top, obviously you have the south facade, which has been kind of consistent for the past few meetings. But then on the bottom here, you see the north elevation, which has been broken up by additional fenestration. To the left would be Walnut, and then to the right would be the rear kind of parking area of the site itself. Now, I suppose we could go to, sorry, I'm just looking through my drawings, page 31, so the next sheet. It is 2D graphic, so it's not as great, but I can speak to this. There was The next comment, that was the porches, just to look at the column and the beam alignment of that pediment in the front, and rear of the building, including a reference to the text, "Get your house right." So we did look through that text and we did kind of adjust our proportions here, and these proportions are derived directly from that book. So you can see those 2D here, and then again, Christy, if you can probably go back to page 21 to see kind of a visual of there. But then if you if you scroll down to page 24, you can see kind of both kind of the walnut facing, which would be the image on the top, and then the rear facing, which is the image on the lower image there. So we have a kind of a pedimented at walnut, and then we have a balcony at the back, just to give some outdoor space to that upper story unit. Sorry, and then moving on, there was the comments was about materiality. So there's just questions about the material of the porch, the railings, the different materials. Previously, we had specified a hardy or a cementitious cement board product. Since our conversation with the board last meeting, we have moved to a wood direction. So kind of basically the easiest way to say it is everything that is not brick on that rendering would be a wood painted. And then including the windows and the doors. So the windows have been moved to a full wood double hung unit. There are a few smaller casements and awning in there, but primarily the double hung 6/6, which is typical of the style and of the neighborhood of other buildings in this area. And then the doors would be a 6-panel wood door. I do have cut sheets for both the windows and the doors included in your submission packet. So you can review those as you need to. Sorry, just moving on. Again, back to page 21, sorry. And then the lower section of 21. Yes. So at the previous meeting, the question of the placement of the proposed retaining wall was raised, and the board asked that we provide examples of the retaining walls in the neighborhood. And as you can see, 820 Walnut, which is the lower left here, that is directly to the south of our project, and you see their low retaining wall there directly at the sidewalk. That little concrete piece there is the existing kind of deteriorating concrete piece on the existing property at Walnut. At 816 Walnut, excuse me. And then there are two additional images here at 625 and 800 with obviously those brick retaining walls at that sidewalk line, because I know there was part of the standards that spoke to a buffer, but we do have precedent in the neighborhood immediately next door of that retaining wall being at that sidewalk. That kind of covers kind of the bulk of the comments that were made at the previous meeting. Since then, we did submit the initial brick that we were planning for the project. It was supposed to be here for the last meeting, but it got delayed in transit. Christy received it, and she did make a comment that she did feel it was a bit dark for the style and for the neighborhood. It was the Ashfield. Let me see if I have. I didn't number. If you could scroll down, or we have a sample here. I don't know if you want to pass it. Yep, it's the Ashfield. So yeah, if
you want to hold it up, and we're glad to pass it around too here.
And so this coloration was based off of kind of the darker colors in the building directly south of ours, and having something kind of to approach that. But we understand the criticism, the critique, and in response, we've kind of distributed a plethora of kind of different options. Our primary, I think it's the next one, Christy, 26.
Sure. 26.
So, yep. And so in response, our primary selection that we would prefer moving away from the original would be this this sample here, which is very eloquently named 51DDX. And then we did provide kind of two mortar samples, one lighter that, obviously the mortar comes a little bit brighter and then the darker kind of would go away. But this is something that, again, we feel is in keeping with the neighborhood. We did drive through the neighborhood this afternoon on our way here. And we feel that we are pretty confident that this coloration, this slight variation in color, but does kind of represent what's going on in the neighborhood. That said, though, we are aware that kind of different opinions apply. So we have brought 3 other kind of options that are in the family, but we're considering, but the preferred kind of option for the change would be that 51DDX. But we do have an option that is slightly a lighter family, something that's a little bit darker with a little bit more variation. And then we do have something that's a little bit closer to kind of a classic Carolina red family, and then some mortar samples to associate with those as well. But again, I thank the board for kind of all of their work with us as we've moved through this process. I guess at this point we can open it.
So is just clarifying, it's your preferred B right now?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
It's the 51DDX with the burley wood and the dark brown.
Okay. And then the other samples are up front if any of the commissioners wishes to see them. I don't know that we have anyone. It looks like we have one unknown caller.
Okay.
Yeah, we ready for that? Or is there anything else you had to add? Okay. Hello, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, all I need to know is if you are calling to speak on 816 Walnut Avenue. If you could just say yes or no.
If I am the caller.
You are.
And
Hi, Alan.
it is not. Hey, one way or the other.
Success. Thanks, Alan. We'll come back to you in a
Okay.
minute.
All right.
All right. Back to you, Kim.
All right, perfect. Commissioners, questions of the applicants? I'll start. We asked to see examples of other multifamily in the neighborhood that has the long wall of windows. And, we take a holistic approach when we look at it. So it's not just about the wall, right? It's, the other components and how they all work together. One of them being length. So do you know the length of the 720 and 600 and 604?
Not off the top of my head, but I do know that they're in proportion about the same as 816 as our proposal, yes.
Do you notice how they're different in the front from your property? I mean, it's not, there's a lot more, it's broken up more in the front than yours is?
I also think they have a lot more width to work with.
Sure.
Very narrow site. We have a lot of constraints on both sides. And I think that with what we've done fits the proportion of what we have to work with.
Okay.
And I think especially as you drive through the neighborhood, which we've done several times, they're much wider buildings, much wider sites.
They are.
And we just don't have that. And if you look at our floor plan, you can see that we have really compressed this thing as much as possible. We still have to meet obviously building codes and all sorts of things, plus making them marketable for Mr. Smith. And I just think that it's difficult for us to go and do something that detailed, that broken up with such a narrow profile.
Okay, thank you. I wanted you to speak to it because it will come up in deliberation. Okay, all right. Commissioner Walker?
Did you say, and I missed it, where the gutters are going?
The gutters would go at the base of each of the slopes. So you'd have a gutter kind of along the front face of the slope here, and then on either side. Are you talking about the downspouts?
Right.
So the downspouts would probably be one kind of at each terminus, like kind of on each side.
On the front or the side?
I mean, we could front
I think it would need to be.
on the front.
I mean,
based off the design.
if your preference is to wrap the corner, we can.
We can use wrap the corner, yeah.
Okay,
That's a very small detail.
all right, thank you. Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, another comment, I guess, along with the massing, and we talked last time because you had 720 Grandin in your last packet, and we talked about, you know, even though the massing or excuse me, the footprint could be kind of close to the same, that the roof is a completely different roof. That Grandin has a, you know, a singular idea where it is the top to the whole building versus you kind of have a condition in these first two windows with the I just had a brain fart. With your triangle on top, your gable, excuse me, your gable brick, that really kind of cements that front part of the building. And then you have that secondary idea behind it where the roof goes deeper. And so that's where we were talking last time. And I still think it's missing something. I see where I appreciate what you guys did on the opposite side, understanding from a programming aspect that there were bathrooms there and that there was a lot of stuff in the way. So I think that's come a lot better for what you're actually trying to do, being a multifamily building and all that. I think that's commendable. But for me, the roof is suggesting that there are two pieces to this building. There's the front kind of identifying to the street, and then there's the part that goes back. And so that's where.
And I think to address that, I mean, in our previous submissions, we did have one singular roof, and I think that was not looked upon very favorably. And as we look back into the neighborhood and all the other houses that are part of this is where we've evolved to after, 4 or 5 meetings with you guys. So.
And the approach for the roof that we had selected was in order to accommodate kind of a side-facing gable, which is typical of the district, of the neighborhood, while allowing for kind of the elongated form. And while a 720 does have kind of that hip roof, but then you have a front-facing gable at 600 and 604. But when we originally presented a front-facing, it was seen as too grandiose, which is why we then shifted and moved towards a side-facing gable. And then obviously with the intersecting gable at the rear, there is precedent in the neighborhood. Obviously, there's in the lower picture, there's some other roof lines going on, and it's a smaller scale, but there is some precedent for this kind of roof line in the project. And for the specifics about the massing, the existing multifamilies in the district do feel kind of like one large mass, and as you said, they do have one large roof, and there is discussion about differentiation of massing, and we feel that that the use of the kind of those two, again, the side-facing gable with the intersection does provide some differentiation in the massing of the building. In its overall, because it is kind of a long kind of rectilinear form. So that does help break it up a little bit.
Yeah, I understand your point, but I still think with that roof line that there are two massings in all the precedent images you're showing us. And I do see in your first submission that you did have a front-facing gable, and I think there were some other issues too with that, with the grandiose, especially with that whole two-story patio on the front. I don't think that did any favors for that, but that's in the past. I'm sorry, I'm flipping through all the submissions. There's an image on the packet you submitted showing a couple styles of this roof line, and every single one. I mean, I think it's cheating to start with, but you put our section 3 out there and that image of the roof line. Christy, if you could go to that sheet, 15 maybe ish.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's the roof line. You scroll down, there's the roof line, but there's the building stops and it steps back to something behind it. And then, going down to design inspirations, I don't see that image, 812 on the next sheet, Christy, 812/814 Walnut, that has that, but then it stops. It doesn't go the whole length of the whole depth of the building. If there is something past that, then it's tucked back, or if that's all it is, it all has the same condition of that side gable.
But again, that site is much wider, and we're trying to accommodate kind of a programmatic space within the constraints of our site.
Without a doubt, you guys have issues that these other sites don't have, and I appreciate that. But I'm just saying, within the context of the district, there's still some things.
Thank you, Commissioner Murin. Just out of curiosity, guys, did you work with Christy and the staff on this latest packet?
We didn't directly, no.
Okay. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I lowered my hand because I think my comments can wait till deliberation.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I was curious, did you ever consider a flat roof? And I say that because I feel like you're constrained in terms of the lot and what you're trying to do. And you're trying to force a residential kind of house look on this building. And because of its size, it seems to me like what we're seeing is something that looks more, for lack of a better word, like a municipal building rather than like a residential kind of structure. And I just wonder if, you know, in Dilworth, we had some of them have already been knocked down, but from some really nice, modestly sized units like yours that were just dealt with as a flat top and look like what they are rather than trying to look like something that they're not.
We didn't explore a flat roof option, only because there wasn't really precedent in the neighborhood that we discovered from it. Obviously this neighborhood does have multifamily homes, and in those instances, they have some form of pitched roof, and based off kind of feedback from the board previously, we kind of felt encouraged to move forward with something of that nature.
Yeah, and I think too, based on the comments we received the first time around, was that the comments that we received the first time around were to try to be more residential. So I think that kind of goes against a little bit of what we were doing initially.
I just want to say for the record, when there's some kind of, when there's a little confusion about what we as a commission have put forth, it is always, always, always good to work with staff. Because then you don't get in front of us with something that we might not be able to approve.
Oh, we've been in constant we've talked to Christy throughout this process.
Okay, I was
I'm not
just
sure-
going off
yeah.
of the comment that I asked if you all worked with her on this last one, and I was told no, so maybe I misunderstood.
Okay, I think we maybe misunderstood your question. So yes, we have been submitting things through Christy, she's giving us feedback. We've been addressing things such as like the brick is one of the comments she reached out to us for, and we did. I think that staff has also helped look at some of our earlier on packets that we put together, but we've just tried to follow the direction we've been given and looking at other examples too from other presentations and when we've been sitting on some of these commission meetings. So I'm not sure if we're doing something wrong or, but.
And I will add too, is that I think when we, at the kind of the first go around for this whole process, we did have what we felt was a very successful meeting with staff, and then in the actual HDC, in this actual setting, the comments were very negative, and we had to kind of basically go back to the drawing board. So with that, we were kind of trying to navigate the waters as far as, what's our best approach here, right? Like what's the best way to kind of do this?
Okay, thank you guys. Any other comments before we close? Or questions? Anything you all want to say before we close relating to the standards?
I would just say that obviously we've been working with you all for the past 6 months or more, and if
time flies when you're having fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I understand that a decision needs to be made today, but we have an owner who's very excited and like invested in this community and definitely wants to make a change and make a difference. And we're definitely willing to kind of continue. I mean, I understand there needs to be a decision, but continue this process and kind of work with you or like kind of amongst ourselves to develop something that is going to fit within this community, because obviously it is important as an historic district for the city of Charlotte. So
thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Actually,
Yes.
Did you guys look into stepping in the brick walls as an option on the side? Is that something that's feasible?
We did entertain it. It would kind of considerably adjust not only the floor plan, but the elevation organization. And so with that, we kind of decided to kind of hold strong on kind of the roof line that we had developed. And then again, with the addition of the fenestration along that brick wall, we felt that that kind of alleviated the concerns with kind of the initial comment, which was there's a lot of brick that's uninterrupted.
And I think our preference is clear, but we're not willing to not get approved over having a step. We think that it messes up a little bit on the end of the side gables, but we're pretty confident that we can make it work and make it look good. If that's what it's going to come down to, I don't want you to think that we're not willing, we're going to die on that rock just for that sake. So if we need to step it in, obviously we need to make the floor plans work. I feel like we're pretty much at our minimum depth, but if we're talking like we've been talking 4-6 inches, something that's a brick course, I mean, we'll make it work.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we will close for deliberation. Let's see here. Commissioner Henningsen, why don't you lead us in discussion?
Yeah, sure. So let's get through some of the easy ones, and we'll table the the brick on the side elevations for the end. So from a fenestration perspective, on that right elevation, yes, they added some windows. You do have 2 smaller windows, on each floor. Yeah, that's also a side elevation. It's a little farther back. So, from a fenestration perspective, they've done what we've asked. From a porch perspective, they got the book. They looked at the book. Where's the Make Your House Right book? So they made the columns more beefier in accordance with the colonial revival style. So the beam and neck and column detail is appropriate to that style. From a material perspective, they've changed from using cementitious to all wood. They have wood windows. Retaining wall, there's some examples of they've got the detail and design of the retaining wall in there, as well as showed a couple of pictures where the retaining wall abuts directly up into the sidewalk. So they've answered everything. Now, coming back to the left and right elevation, I mean, this is commissioners want to hear more from from the architects. I mean, yes, they have provided examples where it's unbroken brick on 2-story multifamily. Maybe they're not as quite deep as this current application. Really want to hear more from some of the architects on what they feel.
Why don't we kick it over to Chris Mirren to start? Because Chris, you had some, I think, great feedback regarding how this might be different from some of the examples they gave.
Yeah, for me, it just comes down to the gable and that intent of that front piece, that really needs to be set back and behind it. And I think that was the comment we made, showing 6 to 8 inches, 6 kind of being the go-to, obviously 8 being better for masonry, but showing that wherever that line is past, on the elevations we're seeing, sorry, I can't read, the top elevation, detail 1. So past the first 2 windows or 3 windows in total, just, yeah, right there, having something that delineates that in the step back, and then kind of mimicking that on the other side, which looks a little bit harder with, I think that's a bathroom window up top, but wherever that kind of falls in, that's what I think to have the gable, that's what it needs. It just having 2 different pieces there with the neighborhood. But I know the other Chris, he likes to talk about this stuff too, so I don't want to take away his talking points.
Well, with that segue, Commissioner Barth, AKA other Chris, what are your thoughts?
I mean, my thoughts from the last time we saw this case echo what Chris Mirren has already said about, we've seen some examples of long brick walls. The roof form is different on those, I would argue. The roof form of this building suggests a larger front portion that has been reduced as we've requested. That being said, I mean, I see this house, or multifamily rather, fitting into the community relatively well. It has a very nice street presence. They've added windows to help mitigate the length and severity of that long brick wall. So I'm kind of on the fence with this one.
Well, then with that, we will kick this over to Commissioner Heineman.
I mean, I'll start by saying I think that the applicants have been really responsive. Like if I go back to the initial application for this project, knowing this community and this street really well, I was very apprehensive with the initial application, and I'm really happy with where we've arrived with it at this point. I think this will be a really nice addition to this community, and it will meet our requirement of preserving the character of the district. I tend to agree with the Chris's. The roof form and massing is indicative of a massing change in the wall, and even if it was 4 inches, it would be consistent. I'm on the fence about it, but I think I'm leaning towards requesting the 4-inch inset.
Okay, it keeps coming up. So Commissioner Goodwin.
Well, I agree with what's been said. I think that the applicant has come a long way. And just for example, going with all wood materials when other non-wood materials were proposed earlier and many other changes. I can certainly relate to how narrow this lot is and bringing the walls in 4 inches, or even 6 or 8 inches, I don't think that's going to make that much of a difference in the look of this structure. I think it fits very well. And I think also, by bringing the walls in 4 to 6 or even 8 inches, I think it's going to cause a lot of complications in the plans. And I just don't think it's going to add that much. And I think that I'm thinking that the gable roof at the front, I think that is effective, to me at least, in terms of breaking up the mass.
Okay, and Commissioner Lineberger.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo some of the sentiments the other commissioners have said, especially with the development. When I went back and looked at the original to where we are now, I mean, they need to be applauded. The applicant needs to be applauded for that progress. Because it's made a lot of progress for sure from that initial application. I also agree with the step back. I mean, that I would like to see that still. And I guess my question would be, because we are on a decision day, how that works, because that is a significant change. Can we approve? And maybe this is Christy, this may be a question for you. Can we approve with conditions, a condition that's that significant of a change? for staff approval?
Yeah, you just have to give me a dimension. We've done it for, we did it on the consent item for number 4. We did it at a project on East Boulevard for the, a bay window that projected onto the front porch. They were supposed to look at historic porches, and you gave a variance. So if you say, give me a dimension, and give me something that I can just check off on plans.
Okay.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
Okay. And then my other question was really for Candace. I would love to hear what Candace's opinion was of the brick. Just the submittals and what their preference is, as our brick specialist. I don't know if she can weigh in where she is.
Candace, can you?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. I think the first submitted brick is a little too dark for the neighborhood, but the second one I think would blend in much better.
Is that the one that they were asking for? Because I thought okay, perfect. Thank you, Candace.
Yes, it is.
Yes, the 5-7, or the one that started with 5. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks for asking that question, Commissioner Lineberger. All right. Yes, Commissioner Barth.
I think Phil's point is a good one. And that's kind of where I was standing already too. I mean, if we're jogging this, going back to the brick, if we're jogging this a matter of 4 inches, I mean, is the average Joe or Jane going to notice this walking down the street, notice that jog. Are we asking them to do that? You know, does that cause any issues down the road? I mean, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference in the overall concept of the building. And another thing I will mention, since we talked about brick, and Candace may be able to weigh in again on this, is the mortar color that they supplied with us. I would argue that probably the lighter color mortar would be more preferred rather than the dark brown. I don't know that we've seen that color mortar in our districts.
Let's get our expert Candace to let us know.
Hi again. Yes, the lighter color would definitely fit in better with the neighborhood. However, you do have some other options there. And if you wanted to leave it to staff to go out there and do a color match, I could certainly do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Candace. Any other, so it feels like we're, the sticking point is the inset. So Jessica, yes?
I would love to weigh in on the mortar color for a second.
Sure.
It's my impression with my experience on the board that what's driving the decision about mortar color is to retain the scale, like in the hand of the brick, so that it doesn't become monolithic, right? And so what I'm looking for is contrast, but not necessarily a specific color. I think both of these work. You know, we have an example in Dilworth that is horrendous, that is like a bright white, and we have to avoid that at all costs. But for me, it's like somewhere in the middle. It can't be bright white and it cannot be the same color as the brick, but there's a lot of room for contrast, and that still calls out the texture and the hand and the scale of the brick, right? Which is the size of a person's hand. It's just the beauty of it, right? So I love the idea of deferring to staff for the mortar color, and I think both of these are great.
Okay.
I have to say, I feel like we keep talking about the width of this lot as a hardship, and it's a 55-foot wide lot. I know most of Wesley Heights is 66, but most of our other districts are 50. So I don't necessarily see the width of this lot as a hardship from any perspective.
It's all relative. I think, yeah, it's
So
all relative.
I don't want to act like that's some sort of an exception for
Yeah.
us. That's the norm for us.
Okay. Thank you for saying that. Okay. Why don't we just do a little round robin about the step in? Okay. I'm going to start with Jessica Heineman. Step it in, yes or no?
I would refer to slide 28 and say yes.
Okay. Commissioner Murin, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Henningsen?
No.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Good with it as is.
Commissioner Lineberger?
I'd like to see it stepped in, but can I make a comment or ask a question also?
Sure.
For the commissioners that would like to see us step in and like to see that gable appear, you know, those two elements appear as separate elements. Does that also include, is the vision that there's some symmetry there on that front gable ended block?
Commissioner Barth? What will you translate what means?
So,
Just to be clear, I'm on the other side of the step-in argument. I would, from my position, I would not enforce it, but I would say if a step-in is required, I would agree that there needs to be some sort of symmetry with the main gable.
okay.
Okay. So Commissioner Lineberger, you still want the step in?
Yeah, I think in doing that, I would prefer to see that, but I think once we do that symmetry just would have to follow.
Okay.
I know that
Right,
makes
Commissioner
it problematic on the design, interior design side and the plan side a little bit, but
Yeah.
I think we've seen it both ways. I think the majority of projects we see in this style have a very rigid formal organization of fenestration at the front of the house about the center lines of these ridges. But we very recently approved a historic project in Dilworth that was a colonial revival, and the historic parts of the home had a very casual organization of fenestration. So we've seen it both ways. If I were
That was more the exception, though.
But if
Yeah.
I were on the side of, we have to make a decision today, I would still say yes to the 4-inch step
Mhm.
and allow that it's not going to be a rigid organization on the gable ends.
Mhm.
I understand that we're definitely not going to be in agreement on that, though, which is okay. I mean, that's the point, right?
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yeah, I just have one question, and maybe for the architects in the room, but on
will you
the,
speak directly into your mic, sir?
on the left elevation, if you do indent the brick 4 inches, is that not going to go straight through that window that is arranged up over the door symmetrically with the window on the other side of the door? And how would that be handled?
Commissioner Barth, do you want to articulate what you just said?
I think if we're making a point here to set up some sort of party or, conceptual idea of how to handle the massing down these long elevations, to Commissioner Goodwin's point, that where that step-in occurs needs to have some logic to it. And, there are clearly going to become some conflicts with, openings, entryways, that sort of thing. So I don't know. Does that help? I don't know.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Commissioner Hayden, what say you, sir?
I'm going to come down on the side of, I don't think we need to have the side setbacks. I don't think this is an enormously long facade. The perspectives and that sort of thing don't necessarily say to me that it's a really, really long building. And I think the reality is if we're only talking 4 inches on the side, the average person isn't going to see it. Nobody's going to see it. I think it needs to be 8 inches on both sides if it's going to be there. And I really think that's going to complicate things beyond the staff being able to feel comfortable making the approval.
Okay, fair. Commissioner Lineberger?
Sorry, I didn't lower my hand.
Okay, it's okay. Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Hawkins? Commissioner Hawkins? I know, it's a new name. Commissioner Hawkins just got married, so.
As far as the step-in?
Yeah.
Do I,
Uh-huh.
I'm the average Joe in this situation, and no, I don't think it's gonna make a huge difference to me. The building is already narrow, so, yeah, I don't think so.
Commissioner Henningsen, you want to float a motion and see where we land?
Sure. Float a motion. I'd like to make that. Yes, I'll float a motion. I would like to make a motion to approve this application because it meets standard 6 for new construction with the following conditions. Materials, brick. We select brick 51-Delta X-ray with the applicant to work with staff on a contrasting mortar color. That's it.
All right, perfect. We have a motion, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Do we have further discussion of this motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
No.
Commissioner Hindman?
No.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
No.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to approve passes 7-3. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No step in.
Jay, I think you're up again, sir. Yeah. This is the approved one? Perfect. Yes, I will keep this. And we'll work with Okay, we are going back to application number 3, 1921 Park Road. Alan, are you with
Yes.
us? Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Were you sworn in?
Yes, I was, but
Yeah, I thought you were.
muted.
I just needed your verbal confirmation. Thank you.
Yes.
So I already introed the project. I'm not going to waste any time doing it again. I'm going to pass it over to you and Doug. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter. And Doug, if you could just repeat that since we're restarting your presentation from the beginning.
Sir Doug Eman, 1915 Springdale Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, 28203.
Was Alan sworn in earlier? I know he
Yes,
was muted.
yeah. And I'm just noting for the record that Chairwoman Parati has stepped out of the meeting and Commissioner Henningsen is acting chair during this application. Alan and Doug, I'm on slide 10, the site plan. Do you want to start there and then we can keep going?
Well, I would prefer to go back to number 4, which is the GIS, slide number 4.
Okay.
And we'll quickly proceed that way. But what the slide shows on the GIS is the house and the accessory sort of midways, and you see the lot that's very, very deep and has an alleyway at the rear. You can also see the photographs down below where you have the house front and all the accessory building there in the rear, looking toward the rear, and then the rear portion of the yard at the alleyway. And looking at the enlarged on that same slide, the site, it shows the original house and the with the additions removed, establishing the rear yard in the gray tone, having the addition on the back of the house, and then site development on the inside, middle, and then the accessory on the rear in leading to the alleyway. So if we go down to the next slide, it shows the house in and of itself, and the rear, the middle one shows the existing back of the house, and that would be removed. And the front, which is down below it, shows the original house that would not be changed. And if you go to the next slide, that's the accessory, and I think the owner can testify the shape of it. It's
dilapidated.
and it hasn't been maintained over the years, and it is non-conforming to the setback,
Right.
current setback.
Too close to the neighbor's fence to the setback, side setback. I think it's less than 3 maybe.
And then just quickly through the next slide. This is the neighboring houses around the subject house going down the street. And they're basically the same imagery and stylistically different, but sort of the same, sets the same context. And with this project, there would be no change in that. Next slide, please. And so you can see the site development here that shows the whole complex, the existing house with the existing garage and the development on the site with the addition and the accessory. And it does show the trees as well, which you'll note they're basically on the perimeter, but there are some trees on the site that would necessitate removing. So if we go to the next slide, this actually shows those trees sort of outlined and the ones removed and a supplemental shrubbery that would replace on that on the central area of the site. And the building, the accessory would be, nestled in between that area that would be out of the conflict of the trees. Next slide. So this sort of shows the something that conceptually about the design is instrumental for the actual joining of the in-between zone between the back of the house and the new accessory. And I don't go into too much detail, but it's sort of a concept that it's not about the axes and orthogonal or development. It's more about the synergy of the space, and that it has the lack of organization and axial or any kind of imposed design. It's more or less loose in concept and has a sort of oval shape of its perimeter, which would be the back of the addition of the house and the accessory. And then the next slide, if I just keep on moving down slides.
I might add, Alan, that area in between has a tremendous amount of pervious coverage. With pervious brick pavers, it's not a bunch of concrete except for the pool and the structure above the outdoor living area on both sides.
Good. The next slide shows the front facade of the house at virtually no change. And the next slide shows the left-hand side. This is the drive side, and there's plenty of fault with the drafting, but there would not be any change in the elevation. The existing profile of the land is maintained. But what we've done is basically added a bay to the rear and stepped down the roof line, so it differentiates between the original house and the added new portion of the house. And then if we go to the next slide, this shows the rear of the existing, and with the porches that were moved. And then in concept, we're trying to step down the massing of the house for the backyard and sort of done a different roof line there. Next slide. And this would be the sort of the downhill side of the slope on the right of the house. And you can see that what we've done is added another bay to the rear that matches the bay in the middle of the original house. And it was at a suggestion, but couldn't get it done on the drawings quickly enough, or to the spacing of the windows. There could be a window on the smaller window in the back addition that could be removed.
Hey, Alan, you're a little muffled. Can you speak up a little?
I'm sorry.
A little slower?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, next slide. And this shows the accessory, and the scale is less than the existing house dwelling, and I'll go into the in another photograph. I think slide will be more apparent, but these are the elevations of the house. I mean the accessory. Next slide. Just this is the opposite side, just what we had at the time of the survey, and the new survey that has the subject house. A bit of change, but really no, not an issue there. Next slide. These are the details of the house that are not there, but they are portrayed later in the drawing set. These are the plans that show the addition on the back and the formation of the rear. And these are images of 3D that I don't think really, they may show information that's valuable, or they may not, but I was not wanting to focus on them. And the next slide is more of the same, I think. And and the next slide. Now this one does show the composition of the site of the house and the coordinating plan. So there's a great separation between the accessory and in looking at this photograph, the length of the house would be 72 feet, and the length of the accessory is 36. And the height of the house is 24 feet, and the height of the accessory depicted here is 21.75 feet. So that's a differential of 2
Alan,
1/4.
you're getting a little muffled again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go, that's better.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
So you've got 24 foot on the eave height of the existing structure, primary structure, and 21.5 on the accessory building, correct, Alan?
Yes. And the width of the house is 34 feet, and the width of the garage is 30. I mean, the accessory itself is 30 feet, and the garage is 28 feet, which steps in a little bit. And of note, also, if you took the face of the accessory from the public right-of-way, the street to the sidewalk, that's a total distance of 165 feet, which is far greater than the typical lot is, and Dilworths aren't even that distance. But that's just of note that it's a large site. And one other thing, it's not shown here, but I do have the location HVAC units, which is basically the current location. And
Alan, muffled.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
If we go through the rest of the slides, they do show some information that may be good. This is the front of the house and the back of both of the accessory in the house. So it was just a visual comparison but this is the frontal views, and it shows the sort of the back of the accessory and the front of the house in the next slide. Shows the front of the accessory facing the alley and the back of the house. So there's those comparisons I just wanted to have before. And then the next are details that just show the materials and some features. And then beyond that are the permeability of the site materials. And I think the owner may want to comment on sort of the effect that we're trying to not set perimeters on the middle yard feature, but has sort of the oval shape that would require meet the requirements for fencing the pool area, but would have the opportunity for lots of shrubbery and screening there. And
Yeah,
since
the
you got to
middle section, the middle section of the interior permeable area is basically a garden area with two planters on either end. The idea in there is to create as much permeable space, more of a park-like setting than it is a concrete, oasis.
And of note, speaking of permeability, what we're doing, it shows the driveway there, but it is depicted in the site plan back at the beginning where we're cutting off the original drive that went to the existing. So just a note that we are cutting off the driveway.
Back to the front.
That's where the ends now, but we would go back at the end of the new addition. So that's where we're cutting it off there. So there would be room to, if needed, or wanted to park in front forward of the house facade. So that's just sort of a rundown, and you may have questions, so I'll leave it at that.
We don't have any callers.
All right, no callers. Thanks, Alan. Commissioners, what questions do you have of the applicants? Mr. Barth?
Just a few questions, Alan. How old, if you know it, is the current accessory structure on the property there?
It
appears somewhat original to the house, so I'd imagine it's pretty old.
I think so. It does. It uses the same materials. I would say it's relative to the house, 1920.
Okay, and it's to a condition that it's not desired anymore as part of the project?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then roof material over the rear porch, so there's some interesting geometries there. Looks like it's going to be a cool design. It looks like you have a metal roof over there, is that correct? Over the rear porch?
That's correct.
And then
Yes.
there seems to be some sort of pergola structure or covered awning area over a grill area. Is that metal as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Metal as well.
And then there's an exterior stair going up to the ADU. It appears to be metal railing. Do I have that correct? I'm making some assumptions here.
Yes, no, that you're correct. And it's technically not an ADU, even though it could be qualified for one, but it was not intended.
Gotcha.
Just
okay.
a note.
All right. And then I'm going to spat off some material stuff here, so bear with me. Garage door material.
Wood.
Wood. Oh, you said wood. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And then, Christy, if we could go to some of the elevations of the existing house. Or actually, those comparison elevations with the ADU and the. So Alan, well, this one may not go to the next one. Maybe that would be better. So we have some trim conditions here, or some trim drawn in. I don't know if this is a graphical thing. It seems rather large, especially on the right elevation of the garage. The trim seems rather large compared to the elevation drawings of the main house. Can you speak to that a little bit? Is that a graphical thing, or do you intend for the trim to be somewhat larger here?
In the accessory showing traditional molding profiles, but an enlarged header for the larger opening. That was what was intended. And in the rear of the house, of course, above the roof line, it would have the traditional moldings, but on the back face of the house, it would take a more modernistic approach to have narrower profiles, and these would be the stacking doors. And also it's taking since the portions of the wall do not align orthogonally, and in part some are even curved, just as a distinction, they would be in a different shingle pattern that would sort of be in a diamond shape and not as a differentiation from what's traditional on the house to be the shingles. And part of the whole concept was that the front of the house and the facing the alleyway would be a very sort of traditional look of the structures, but the courtyard would take on a modernistic approach that elements.
Gotcha. Okay.
That helps explain that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. And since you bring it up, it does appear that you have some on that curved wall of the back of the house, a different shingle material. Is that like a fish scale or something?
Yeah, it would be not a fish scale, it'd be a diamond shape. So rather than edged at the bottom in a rounded form, it would be a peak.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. And regarding the curved walls, can you just go over some of the inspiration for that? I mean, is it totally a modernistic idea integrated there, or did you derive it from somewhere?
No, I wanted the synergy of the rear yard to loosely have an origin, and the egg just sort of took shape, but it wasn't planned to be that way. But I knew the success would be trying to get away from orthogonal axes and everything, and so all of the surrounds of that area would sort of be curved. Attempted to be curved to just pull more synergy into the space.
Yeah, so it's a response to the organization of the courtyard area.
Correct. Yes.
And Chrissy, quick go to the floor plan of the 80 or the accessory structure, please. One last question. Here we go. So behind the bathroom there, I think this is the main floor, that lower floor plan. It looks like there's a masonry structure with an alcove in it. Is that a fireplace or?
Yes, it is. It's an oversized fireplace to sort of draw in the synergy of the whole exterior courtyard. But it wouldn't be an appliance that would fit there, and it would be just a non-vent gas anticipated.
Gotcha. Okay. And sorry, I just thought of one more. It was noted in staff notes that we had some stone on, various retaining walls and the other structures on site there versus, I think, on the existing house, the foundation is brick. Is that a desire just to respond to the architectural style, the client's request?
No. Well,
No.
that was, there are many sort of drafting of what I sort refer to drafting insubordination. Sorry. But there was to be no stone there really. It was modular units and brick. Where it needed to be retained only for the pool to be at its correct height, and all other, there would not be any retaining walls, there would not be any stone walls. So that's not intended in the drafting area. And Doug may want to speak to that.
No stone walls, no stone, brick and block.
Thank you so much. And then one thing I don't necessarily need to comment on, but I will mention windows on the addition seem to be a little smaller in proportion to the windows on the existing house. So I'm curious if you guys would be open to
Yes.
enlarging them. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Lindberger, I saw your hand up for a little bit. Do you still have a question? Questions?
I think I figured it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jessica.
Alan, can you tell us about how you're making the transition between the diamond shingles and the traditional shingles?
Well, there's at the, if we go to the plan of the house.
Rear elevation, correct?
Well, no, the plan, I think. We'll do the house. There is where you can see where the extension of the bay is beyond the wall of the center of the house. And that is where the traditional shingles would wrap around to that point on either side. And then the new shingle profile with the diamond shape would be beyond that. So there's a definitive point for stopping it. One side it's angled and the other is just a point that is slightly off.
Okay, can I repeat it back to you so that I can make sure that I understand? If I'm on the main level floor plan, on the top right, there appears to be what I think might be the trash and recycling bin.
Yes.
And the bay turns back at a 90-degree angle where the cabinetry is. And that would be the traditional shingle. And then where it angles obliquely, that would be the diamond shingle?
No, what I was wanting to have was the diamond shape that backs up to the recycle, because it's not orthogonal. I mean, it could be, but that's where I chose to change the shingle material.
Okay, let me word it differently because I just want to make sure I understand. Is the transition at an interior corner or an exterior corner?
Exterior.
Exterior. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I'm just curious, and maybe I missed it or I'm confused. The large trees that are to be removed from the site were exactly where or what?
If we go back, we can go back to the tree plan, or we can. It's almost better to go back to the very front. Because
Do you want to know about which ones are being removed, or see the
That's right.
Where the X's are, those are the ones being removed. The ones that aren't X'd remain, and those are knowing what the commission has been looking for, we would provide tree protection for the canopy and the drip line for all of the ones that remained.
So of those that are removed, are any of them large caliper trees? It's hard to tell by the.
Yeah, there,
Okay.
there's the larger X. They're sort of in the setback line. That is a pecan tree. I have the dimension. It's nearly 24 inches. And then beside it is just a shrub.
Alan, I'm sorry. You're muffled again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You can see in the top where it shows the existing trees, there's a larger X and a larger profile of the tree right there. And then there's a shrub beneath it, so that go as well. And then there's a dogwood tree that's sort of in the center of the yard, further toward the rear, that would come out, and those two are X as well. So those are that's really the two only trees is the dogwood and the pecan, and the others are just shrubs.
Right, they're not large maturing trees. They're under. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, then something's wrong with your labeling where you've got existing to remain and or removed, because you're showing things at being 10-inch caliper, which we consider to be a large tree.
Right, the walnut.
And so, I mean, there are a number of things there where they're all labeled 10-inch caliper. You're not going to plant anything at 10-inch caliper. So something's wrong with your labeling there, I think. And I would be curious to know what those things are going to be. And also the fact that a number of the trees that you have shown as going to remain are not on your property.
They're just put there as an illustration.
They're what?
They're put there as for illustrative purposes.
They're confusing if you're wanting us to believe that this is going to be heavily landscaped because it's somebody else's property, and if they choose to take those down someday, you don't have that situation.
Well, on the inverse, it's also important to respect the drip line for those trees. It does show the trees toward the rear of the property near the accessory. Those are the only trees really that are on site. I could have removed all the other trees to not confuse, but I think it's important to respect, the drip zone of the trees. So anyway.
I don't disagree, Alan. I think it is useful to show those things, but they needed to have been differentiated graphically. They all look the same right now. And so it's confusing as to know what's something you're going to put in, what's something that exists to remain, and what is not on your property, which you have no control over as to what happens in the future. And then secondarily, your labeling of the plants that are going to be added is very confusing and not helpful. And the part of the reason I'm bringing this up is a lot of this impervious paving that you have. If you look at the details for how that paving is to go in, it has significant gravel and sub-drainage materials underneath it. So there's a significant amount of excavation that's going to probably have to occur for this to work in the way that you're hoping it's going to work as a permeable surface. So
yes,
the landscaping is going to be very instrumental in how well that works and doesn't work. And we need a little more information as to what those plant materials are going to be and how that's going to work, and how you're going to protect existing trees with a lot of this excavation that's going on.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there's a table that said species, size for every tree being removed, every tree being added.
Yes.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, what else, Commissioner Hayden? Other commissioners? Okay, I just had a couple of comments. One, it'll come up in deliberations, but I do want to talk about the massing in deliberations. We're going to talk about the massing on the ADU. I mean, yes, it is 2 feet or greater lower than the primary ridge, but your second story, your walls are coplanar. You've got, I think, a shed roof on, one side. You've got 2 smaller, gable dormers on the other. It's just, it needs more scale reducing techniques to ensure that it appears secondary. So, nothing that we'll solve here, but I just want to, Alan, just want to let you know that I want to talk about that in deliberation. And I think that was,
I just had one.
Okay, just a response to that, it's basically already, it just wasn't deliverable within the time frame for the deadline. Because I responded to all of Christie's points, which were from the staff of the massing and the addition and the site plan. And so that was something that we weren't able to get ready for this meeting, to be honest, but
no worries.
we had pursued that.
Yeah, the deadline for not heard cases was June 20th. And I received the information on July 5th. Due to legal noticing, we couldn't include it. Yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
Commissioners, I think we're about ready to go into deliberations with the exception of Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, did we get, how far away is that rear house from the rear property line?
It's somewhere between about 12 feet to 20 feet because it's skewed, but then you would add another, if the alleyway were included as the demising line, you would add another 5 feet.
Actually, the alleyway is 10 feet in.
Right, but your property line, it's 12 feet from.
Correct.
Thanks.
All right. Last one, Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes, something you said, PJ, I just wanted to clarify the difference between the height of the ADU and the house. I'm reading that when I go to, I don't know if mine on my screen is the same, slide 29, where it has the height of the ridge line on the house, and then the ADU is right next to it. It's the south.
Yeah, well, it's difficult it's difficult to represent because, you have the front of the house as it sits, and then you have the back of the house, and then you have the slope of the land.
Right.
So it's a changing dynamic. But the intent and design was for all of the ADU behind the silhouette of the house entirely.
So if we just go by excluding the topography and we just look at the heights of each, to me, what I'm reading is that the ADU is 20 feet, 7 5/8 inches to its ridge line. And then the house is 22 and 2 5/8 to the ridge line. So it's about 18 inches difference in height. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, no, the front of the house as you walk up from the steps is 24.
Okay.
I marked wrong.
Right there.
See, that's the back of the house. And then if you go to the front,
Right there.
that's 24.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
Chris,
see.
this was the slide. I had trouble finding
I
it
see.
earlier, but this was the slide that I was using to say that minimum it's a minimum of 2 feet lower
Slide is,
than the ridge on the primary.
Correct.
Slide 27.
thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioners, any final questions before we close deliberations? All right, and we're closed for deliberations. So commissioners, let's take an organized approach to this. Why don't we focus on the addition and then get all of our comments on the addition, and then from there, go to the ADU. And then if we need to talk about the site plan, the site plan. So, Mr. Barth, you want to kick it off?
As far as the addition is concerned, my main points were, there's some atypical geometries in the back, which I don't know that we typically review or not. But to me, it isn't really in keeping with the overall simplicity and language of the existing house. Same thing for the windows, which it sounds like they'd be amenable to change some of those window sizes to be more in keeping with the existing structure. Same thing with materiality. I mean, we have the porch roof. We just had several cases earlier today. We were talking about standing seam and low slope roofs where it didn't seem applicable for our districts. And for these cases, same thing with the fish scale or diamond shaped shingles. Well, I think it's a really cool idea. I'm not sure it fits here. Those are my comments as far as the addition goes.
And then my general comment would be on all the drawings, we need more dimensional data, material data. I mean, there's more information that needs to be put on the drawings, materials for the doors, siding, dimensions, et cetera. Okay. Other commissioners, Commissioner Walker, you had something on the addition.
Yeah, as I believe you mentioned, I am concerned about the height of the secondary house to the primary house, especially given the topography, which.
So let's knock the addition out, and then we'll come to the ADU.
Sure. Sorry.
Anything on the addition? Okay, other commissioners on the addition? Jess?
My comment would apply to both. I mean, I think if we're going to do something playful in these districts, the back of the house and the center of the lot and this courtyard area is the place to do it, right? So if we're going to entertain something, different with some more whimsy or play, this is the right location for it. But I think the details and the transitions really matter. And making this transition from a traditional shingle with woven corners to a diamond shingle on exterior corners is really problematic for me. So I need a lot more detail on where these transitions are happening and how they're happening.
I also kind of think back to one of our former commissioners, Rump, she would always say bungalows are simple, right? And, that detail kind of violates that simplicity, both on the addition and especially on the ADU. But I agree, there is some room to play at the back of the house and in the ADU. All right, for the addition, commissioners, any other questions, discussion points? Okay. All right, so let's go on to the ADU now. Chris, you want to start us?
I'm not as concerned about the overall scale of the ADU as it relates to the house. We're a few feet below the ridge line, as we can see with this example image. Going back to roof form and that sort of thing, I do think we have a lot more complexity here compared to the original house. But as Commissioner Hyman pointed out, we have a backyard space that is creating a little bit more visual interest and whimsy that, for the applicant here. So I'm fine with it, other than a few detail things like we mentioned on the addition with regard to trim, siding, cornices, that sort of thing that we just need to see with this application.
Christy, can we go to slide 28, maybe 28 or 29? This one works. So Um, I, I feel that, I mean, yes, it is 2 feet or more lower than the primary house. It's just about as wide. And then when you take into account, you know, when you look at the massing, you've got the coplanar walls on the second story. You've got very complicated elements with the roof forms on the ADU. You know, I almost feel like the ADU needs, I don't want to say a complete redesign, but it needs to use scale reducing techniques to reduce the mass, and the roof forms need to be simplified. Jill.
Yeah, I guess what I'm looking at is where the front of the house height is 24 feet and the back of the house is 21.9. The reason for that is the change in topography. So if the change in topography continues along the rest of the property, I don't know how that impacts the relationship of the ADU to the house. The ADU now is 20 feet 7 inches. That could be, you know, that could make it look the same height as the house, given that the ground is sloping up in the backyard.
So we need more information or a better, more accurate drawings.
Yeah,
You know,
or
that-
what's the topography change from the front to the back?
Agree. Okay. Other commissioners, any comments on, how do you feel on massing? How do you feel on design? Want to start moving us to a motion? Okay.
I agree with the accessory building needing a secondary nature, simplicity in the massing and complexity of form, and simplicity in the roof forms.
Okay. Hey,
And I agree with Commissioner Walker's statement that given the topography of the site, these are fundamentally the same height.
okay. Commissioner Lindberger.
One thing that I'd like to see is from the front elevation, it does appear that you would see that element. We haven't talked to, I know we're not really on the site yet, but the elevation, just to how that, just to show in that front elevation, that piece in this site design that pops out. I guess it's the pergola element that protrudes out. Just what you would see of that, including that in the elevation.
Protruding from the ADU or the,
No, it's the pergola on the site. The curved one that you would see from the front.
okay. All right, let's do this. Commissioners, are there any other questions or comments on the ADU before we move to site plan? And Christy, are they looking for approval on their site plan as well with all the different rocks? And there's just not a whole lot of detail.
Is that
Excuse me, Christy, we can't, if you're
I'm
speaking.
sorry.
That's
Yes.
all right.
Thank you. The curvature of this pergola and the location of it, and also the curvature of the pool and everything is just, it really exceeds when you take it in consideration with the ADU and the addition. It just exceeds what staff can look at. So, yeah, I would say you need information.
There's no garage, I mean, there's no cars that go in that ADU. Is that correct? There are.
Sorry, 2 garage doors access from the alleyway.
So let's talk, so what other information do we need on the site plan before we can make a decision? right? We need information on materials, we need information on dimensions.
Full permeability specs, not just Pinterest screen grabs. Thank you.
Full permeability specs. Pinterest doesn't have those.
I'd say clarification of the trees, that, you know, the one that is large, that appears to be large on the site plan, just, I never, that wasn't clear to me. It's targeted for removal.
And how far up that driveway can a car go?
That's good information to ask. Yep. Dimensions between the house and the property line and dimensions of the existing driveway.
All right, commissioners. Generally speaking, any other questions or comments, things you all want to cover? So again, need to start moving towards a motion.
I think with regards to site plan, and Christy, maybe you know, I mean, to me, this pergola or grill covered structure kind of looks like an amphitheater. I mean, I'm fine with it, I guess. You know, you can kind of look through it into the landscape, but do we typically approve something like that, especially with a metal roof? If anybody knows about that. And then it looks like we have like a louvered fence detail. I would imagine that's probably semi-visible down the driveway or the side yard. I'd like to see examples of that in the neighborhood. And we also need to see where they're placing the pool equipment, condensing units, trash cans, that sort of thing.
I mean, general question on pergola, is the pergola overhang allowed to be that close to the property line, or does there need to be?
My understanding that that's a structure and setbacks apply, but that would be a zoning requirement that they would need to meet.
So they need to ensure that their structures on the site meet all zoning setback
Setbacks.
requirements. Okay. All right, Commissioner Barth, you want to start working on a motion?
Let me start by summarizing, and I might list or need some help to listing guidelines sections at the end. For the addition, I have on the addition part of the house, the windows more reflective of the existing windows or the original windows. Roof materials, requesting that the roof and general roof form be more in keeping with the existing structure. We need to see more information regarding the transition of the diamond shingles to the standard shingles for siding. Did I miss anything on the addition?
I mean, a couple of comments. Just note that the foundation on the addition is brick. And they need to just provide more information on materials, dimensions.
Yeah. More complete drawings.
I think I also want, I mean, I know one of the points that it came up had to do with the curved wall in the back. I think it's important to note that we're not saying we approve or disapprove that. You know, I think that'll have to get taken into consideration with the ADU and the ADU redesign. That could have an impact.
Okay. So we're not approving or disapproving the curved wall.
Or, I mean, or sorry, maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, Commissioner Barth. I mean, commissioners, how do you feel on the curved wall in the addition?
I'm going to just throw my, I don't feel like I have a complete understanding of this project. I'm very uncomfortable with it, and I don't know what else to say about it, but there's just too much about it. I just don't feel I can wrap my arms around.
It's very complicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't see how
So that goes back to the one comment about the complexity of form, materials, walls, that sort of thing, mimicking or at least paying homage to the original house. I mean, it's much more of a complex project than, slammed into the back of a simple house, simple bungalow.
Okay. Commissioners, anything to add on the addition? All right, let's move on to the ADU.
So for the ADU, I have same thing, complexity of form. We have concerns with the overall massing of the ADU as it relates to width. We'd request that the applicant pursue additional scale reducing techniques to minimize that massing. Again, I think we need to see with the transition, I noticed some diamond shingles, that same detail on the ADU as well. I think we need to see that transition there too, and how that hashes out. We need a clarification on the topography change from the front of the historic house to the back of the ADU to confirm the ADU's height relationship to the original house. And again, more details, dimensions.
And as part of that, that restudy is addressing the coplanar dormer, restudy on the roof forms to simplify and use scale reducing techniques.
and I think also to Jim's point, the tree removal and tree replacement and viability given,
That'll be in site discussion,
oh, sorry.
but yes,
Staying out
have
of
that
this.
on the list. Anybody else on ADU? Going to site, what I have is for the pergola structure, need an elevation of that potentially from the street view to analyze its impact as viewed from the street. We also need some dimensions and details on that, especially with regards to height. We'd request that the applicant perform additional research as far as the pergola structure and pool encroaching into the setback and property line, whether that is acceptable, especially per zoning. We need full permeability specs on the permeable paver material. We need better clarification on the site plan with regard to existing versus new trees, what is to remain, what is being removed, as well as tree protection plan for the trees that are to remain. We need a dimension of the driveway extension into the yard, as well as its width, as well as the dimension from the house to the property line. And we also need to see pool equipment, condensing units, trash can storage, that sort of thing, indicated on the site plan.
Okay. Commissioners, anything to add?
I would add the fence details per 8.6, that we would need all the fencing details.
And I would argue fence details and historic examples in the community or surrounding. So I mean, there's a lot to do here. So
take your time.
I'm leaning towards a continuance. I don't know if anybody else objects to that. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following pieces. On the addition, request that the applicant restudy the windows on the addition to be more in keeping with the style and proportion of the windows on the original historic house.
For standard 6.15.
Standard 6.15. For materials, the roof, roof and siding to match the existing house as well.
For standard 6.18 for materials.
6.18, the general roof form of the addition to be simpler in geometry.
6.13.
6.13. We need to see additional dimensions, details, and a better explanation of the transition between the atypical diamond shingles to the traditional cedar shingles. And also indicate that the foundation shall be brick unpainted. We have sections for that.
Six dot 12.
6.12. Okay. For the
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not the right one. Masonry, painted masonry.
Yeah, 6.12 foundations.
Okay, sorry, 6.12.
6.12 it is. For the accessory structure, requests that the applicant restudy its complexity of form and go to more of a simple design as it relates to the existing historic structure. I guess that's 6.13 as well. Request that the applicant study minimize the width of the accessory structure as it relates to the existing house and provide additional scale reducing techniques to minimize its massing on the site. That is
For 6.8.
There you go, 6.8. Again, provide additional dimensions, details with window trim, cornices, and siding, especially as in regards to diamond shake to regular shingle transitions. We need a clarification on the topography change from the front of the house to the accessory structure to verify its height relationship. And as it relates to the building massing for the accessory structure, requests that the applicant avoid coplanar dormers and simplify the roof forms. We good there? All right, for site features, we would like to see additional information as it pertains to the pergola, requesting an elevation from the streetscape, as well as height dimensions and material details and call outs. We request that the applicant analyze the pergola and pull encroachment into the setback towards the property line. We also request full permeability specs for the materials being used on the paved surfaces. More accurate site plan as it pertains to trees to remain, as well as new tree placement. We also need a tree protection plan for the trees to remain. We also need dimensions of the driveway length and width, as well as a dimension from the house to the property line. We need pool equipment, condensing units, and trash cans shown on the site plan, as well as additional fence details and examples from within the historic district. Historic examples, I might add.
All right. We have a motion to continue. We have a second.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lindberger, did you have a question or something you wanted to discuss on the motion?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good to go. All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Motion passes to continue 8-0. Thank you.
I'd like to note for the record that Chairwoman Parati is back, and I believe we need a 5-minute. You're out? Oh, goodbye. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, I think everyone needs a 5-minute break. Do you need a 5-minute break? And Chris Mern has left at 4:59. Okay. Okay, and we're back. We're picking back up with case number 8, which is 901 Berkeley Avenue. And this case was continued. Okay. This case was continued from the last meeting, and there are all of the items for continuance are on the first page of the memo. I'm just, in the interest of time, I'm going to keep going and turn it over to the applicants. If you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter. And have y'all been sworn in? Okay, have y'all been sworn in? Okay, be sure to be sworn in right now. Thanks.
All right, excuse me. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Will, was that an I do? The answer is yes. Candace, can you mute Will, please? Okay.
Oops, that was our first caller.
Okay, well, great. It's always interesting around here, y'all. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it over to you. I'm starting on slide. Do you want to start with the details on slide? Yeah, let's start on slide 8.
And do you need our names and addresses?
Yes,
first?
names and
Okay.
addresses, please.
Katie King, 901 Berkeley Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Timothy O'Brien, 817 Ellswood Court, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Okay, I shall. Timothy O'Brien, 817 Ellswick Court, Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Troy Deckert, 395 Shirley Street, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Patrick McIsaac, 4520 Night Heron Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
And thanks for having us today. I know y'all have had a long day already, so we'll get right to it. We have tried to answer your 9 items from the continuation from last month. And want to start with the accessory building. We've got the drawings here, the detail on the building hood that was addressed. And I don't know if you want to speak to this one.
Sure, in this case, and we will, of course, again, gladly entertain any questions with regard to this. I'll make a blanket statement regarding trim details, which will apply to all. We are a white painted wood to match existing across the board. In that case, we do have a handful of different trim details we'll step through here that make reference either to the existing 1929 structure or some of the proposed structures. You can see here on what is our slide 3, some clarifications with respect to, I think there were a few dimensions outstanding last time. This is a small hood structure over the French entry door into the ADU. Would have a standing seam metal roof to match our other standing seam on the project. Wood brackets, again, the geometries of such. Basically, in this case, mostly one by painted stock. In that case, on either side of the bracket. Okay.
Yeah, the next page is just a overlay of the garage accessory structure with that hood, just a front view of it.
I think that was the only clarification in this round. So let's see.
We'll just keep going if that's okay. The next is the doors and windows, restudying the fenestration on the left elevation of the addition. So this is where we are very proud. We've been working with our neighbors very heavily, Miller and Gay to the side of us. We have their full support, it's my understanding now, adding these larger windows to the west and the north elevation. So we're showing here, we're using the same size of the windows from the existing structure. The bottom is existing here where the chimney is. That first level is our existing I guess that's our, what do you call it? Our
Well, the 90s era edition,
90s era edition.
sort of a sunroom style.
So this is the addition on top is where the new windows will be. And we are mirroring the small window in the middle here with the same size and then borrowing the size of the larger windows from the twin set here in the left of the existing structure to just mirror that same size in the addition. And this is for the west elevation. And we've also got, just calling out, the belly band that's wrapping around the, between the existing and the addition. And we are bumping out the brick just for, to call out where the existing, so that kind of mirrors the structure. The existing house is also bumped out, and that smaller window is just bumped in slightly where they added on to the right side of that with the 90s addition. So we're just going to bump that whole section out slightly just for visual appearance. And
Yeah, it allowed us a local symmetry within the addition, and we were able to then retain sort of, if you will, the building telling a bit of a story of the that seam, if you will, between the original 1929 structure and the addition. Also, just a couple things to note. Katie did mention the belly band there. This will come up as we talk more about the introduction of the matching bricks. But again, following and marrying up to existing trim geometries that are present already on the property there. So, and again, with regard to window placement, that was fairly prescriptive based on the comments from the last meeting. All windows are wood and then painted to match the existing 1929 structures white paint, which of course would match the which did match the 1990s edition. As you see here on slide 8, again, for a wood double hung window. Profiles selected are those that are most, I guess I'd say reminiscent, they're the closest matches essentially to the 1929 window profiles. And that would include then in a situation where we have a twin window that we would have that double mull center unit.
And then also back, just to note on the north elevation, we did add in the half round louver to match what's currently on our attic on the existing structure. Then moving on to the doors and windows, you'd ask about the row lock details over the rear windows of the porch and the primary house addition. So we've taken pictures of what we're replicating here. This is the existing 1929 structure that we are replicating the row lock and soldier course on the rear windows of the porch and the primary house. The materials we have, you had questioned the connection of the old brick and the new brick. Tim, I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a materials and methods thing. There was some concern expressed previously in these meetings about from both a color selection standpoint and the nature of toothing in those materials. So we provided, and as marked here, slight offset in one case. Again, the belly band was also another response to where we would have meeting brick product of different eras, if you will. And also we would then have, I imagine that's actually probably the next item up, is then there was some concern over the range of the 2 sample types that we had. We now have an additional sample that would allow for a mixture to bring in some of the additional color range, which was not fully represented in what we thought was the closest base match. So we have that brick sample, and that is that Glengarry 162M.
We do have that here if you want. Do you want me to pass it around, or is it good? It's beautiful.
The physical brick, yes, yeah. Going to cornices and trim, again, our reference point had come up. There were multiple soffit conditions that existed on site today, but the one that we are then seeking to replicate would be the beaded soffit detail. And essentially we would be in both profile and size matching existing trims, to the extent that that is logical, and where we have those key connection points to the existing 1929 residence. Some slight modifications on the 1990s one also to marry up things appropriately. ADU trim styles would be based on, at least as closely as we could, replicate the 1929 structure.
In the trees, we did work with an arborist to get a tree protection plan and a letter about removal of our hackberry tree in the back of the corner lot. And so we've got in here our, the letter about the hackberry, just, he has stated that the whole tree failure is at a high risk and recommended tree removal, which is what all of our neighbors are hoping for, that you'll grant us that. And then also we've got the tree protection plan calling out, they recommended having a fenced area around the drip line of our two, we've got the oak and the cedar in the back, a soil therapy treatment and a tree regrowth regulator treatment, in case that was too small to read. And then also they've listed out here the sequence of how we're going to operate the tree protection plan from the construction standpoint. First, putting the barriers and the silt fence in, keeping the driveway, the existing driveway structure until the very end, so that we'll use that entrance there on the existing drive. And the tree, the hackberry, would be removed, and we would prune back just the cedar as it's needed for the new construction of the accessory structure. And going and do the treatments, we would save the flagstone, pull those up. That existing sidewalk is just sand laid flagstone, so we would pull those up, hopeful for removal or for reuse of those in the future. And we need to lay those back down. We would do the construction and then replace the driveway with the new concrete with the brick border. And then we would relay those flagstone paths, but restructure those over to the entrance to the garage and remove the barriers.
There's a question also came up and on slide 18 here with respect to the specific pattern and some radiuses and things like that on the driveway geometry. So we have included that inclusive of the control joints. And then again, there's that slight radius portion in as it approaches the gate. Let's see.
And then moving on to the roof forms and materials, a lot of questions about the shed roof connector and intersections last week.
We inherited a little bit of crazy geometry with the 1929 structure there, and I don't know if, in fairness, in our last presentation, it probably wasn't as it was as clear as mud or just line drawing. So what we tried to do is we went into the model and wanted to get up above so you can have a better understanding of how what pieces are visible and what sort of logic we're using for how these pieces come together. What you'll see at the top where it labels the existing roof is actually an existing flat roof on the sunroom of the 1929 structure, exceptionally low slope. So, we felt the most appropriate way to incorporate and address truthfully drainage on the new proposed screen porch with the metal roof is would have a small cricket coming down there from the back wall of the existing primary residence. I believe really, in fact, from the side street, you would perhaps never see that, but just so that we have that understanding. We have taken to get the, if you can see there, the window to the left and at the row lock area there, our interior condition where we transition to that single pitch shed roof that comes out and covers the entryway there to the screen porch, just so you can see how those things are actually coming together and landing. It looks like our PDF writer did us right and not articulating one of the lines there where you would get the seams within the standing seam in that interior to also drain that appropriately. And I guess really on slide 20, then you would see, of course, the rear elevation of that. Previous submissions would then have that view from the street of that cricket.
Yep. And this is, so this one, the north is looking from the garage or that accessory structure into the house. Yeah.
We have had some evolution on the, again, the existing structure has a slate roof. Original to it, there was some question as to that particular quarry is no longer active. However, thanks to these folks over here, we were able to find additional reclaimed matching stock. So the belief is now that the combination of having been able to get that Buckingham slate from the original quarry, plus that which would be salvaged as a part and reclaimed as a part of the the work on the site here that basically, for all intents and purposes, we'd have matching slate on the new portions of the project in that case. And we have a physical sample of those here, the Virginia Buckingham. That would extend also to the accessory building. On our slide 22, there was a question regarding the specific chimney pot. We had called it out, but we did not have a graphic for it, or a cut sheet, if you will. This is the specific chimney pot as proposed. See that again recur on slide 23 for that elevation.
So I think our slides are a little off. The
Oh,
chimney was,
chimney.
it's okay. Chimney was 27 and the next one was
Made
28.
made the record reflect that I was incorrect on my numbering. There we go. And again, we see that relationship of the chimney pot in that case. I think there were some added dimensions with respect to columns and trims, the sizes of which have been based on, again, found dimensions, if you will, on existing trim details on the 1929 residence. See, sidewalk and parking. This is what we touched on earlier while we had the tree plan up, that there was a request to show our specific intent with regard to a brick border around the in the context of the driveway replacement, and also a control joint pattern as well, which you see. And then to the extent, and there's a picture coming up on a following slide, that flagstone sandset pavers that, if they were taken up during the construction process, would still be returned and set down with sand setting. As we go to our next slide, this was sort of holding the tape to and pulling out again some of those details, which were the basis for trim sizes, shapes, and design themes on the new additions. Relates to beam and columns, then porch beam detail on the following. Also, again, calling out in many conditions to match existing. We just sort of marrying those conditions the best that we can. Let's see. Christy was kind enough as to give us a template to work through calculations for permeability. And after doing that math, we actually found that we were not netting out to it being that much of a significant difference. Let's see, it is on this one here. This was taken where we backed out the 90s era addition and did calculate the rear yard as the the rear elevation of the 1929 residence. And I think the reason for the convergence on those calculations being pretty close is the fact that we're essentially going in over areas that are have essentially been impervious back to, I guess in advance of the 90s era addition. So leaving us at about a 38.9% ratio on the rear yard. Also, as a part of this, just for the completeness of the submission, the full package, should anybody need reference to that, I believe is loaded in here as the appendix. Should anyone need to reference that or any other questions come up.
We were hoping to follow number 7 with the approval there and slide in the good vibe, but hopefully we'll still get some good vibes now.
Thank you so much. That was very thorough. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No, we do not.
Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicants. Commissioner Barth?
You all reference looks like a 1x12 belly band to break up the vertical brick addition.
Yes, which actually, in fairness, I think in earlier presentations I think we had, there's an existing piece of trim that serves almost as a header in the 90s era edition that's coming over those windows. Rather than take the brick down there, in that case, we went ahead, I'm trying to think, I guess.
Slide 6.
Yeah, let's see, slide 6. And it's the return by day of Yeah, in this location, it's the other area there, which just serves as sort of the column header on the north elevation. Let's see, there we go. So that essentially exists today. And then basically with the master suite going over top of that, moving to a brick facade in keeping with the rest of the house. That was sort of what we were referencing as a belly band. We just extended that around that backside.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I'd be interested to hear what some of our builder commissioners have to say about that. My one concern would be in a vertically oriented assembly would be, that rotting out fairly frequently. Above those columns of the old sun porch or whatever that room is there, I could see that being a situation where that might work. But as far as like the 2-story height brick, maybe y'all might make that transition between the old and new brick with a soldier course or something.
And I think we would certainly be open to that. I don't know if that, the way the current window head and header are in place, if we did do that with a brick soldier, we would be outside of the plane of the header. That makes any sense? Like right now with that original detail and what's there in the 90s edition, not having brick on the wall above. In order for us to top out the windows and with a brick soldier, we'd essentially be taking out the header for the 90s era edition. Does that make sense?
I think so.
I'm trying to think of how to that's not an appropriate detail to show that, but does it make any sense?
So the worry,
Maybe you can
the
make me
worry
understand.
on the lower half is the rotting of the wood itself.
Yeah, I just am concerned that belly band will be susceptible to water intrusion.
Yeah.
Whether it's a phase glide or it's blocked out or, whatever.
Oh, we'd have drip edge coming across the top edge of that plate, which would probably equal to about 3/4 of an inch, as long as it's not, we're trying to keep it the same way. We're not trying to add anything or take anything away from it. We understand the protection point of it, and that would probably be wrapped in some kind of material, but we're trying to stay with the original wood specifications for it. We could look at that definitely on a detail for flashing and make sure that it's squared away.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, from an architectural standpoint, I guess what concerns me a little bit is it's acting, it's an interruption of, it's acting as a trim piece and it's an interruption of the masonry form. So, I mean, I'm sure we'll have other commissioners that will weigh in. But to me, I'd probably rather see it being a masonry piece, whether it's a soldier course or something, but I mean, it's up for discussion.
To that soldier course wrap all the way around.
Yeah, terminate at a inside corner typically. But we can discuss that, but that's just something that I had a concern about. I thought I'd bring up to you all.
Yeah, certainly if we're still at a point where we can comment, don't disagree. And I think it would be our preference. I think there is a buildability, I think, issue on that as it would relate to an attempt to, we're trying to retain, I guess, remain dried in, if you will, on the existing 90s era addition. And at the point at which we would have to take the headers out above all of the windows to get the brick, a soldier type detail in an appropriate plane and not be all proud of that. My concern would be that we might be, I think we'd be open to it certainly, but I guess I would caution, I think it was our preferred detail, but we didn't necessarily know how to make that work cleanly.
So I guess on the 90s era edition, which was the sunroom, right? You had this freeze board up underneath the roof or cornice area, which extended around back to the main volume of the house, the original house, which you show it terminating at the back side of the house there. And your concern is that with that, is it the one window or all the windows where you basically have to eliminate the brick to get it?
Yeah, so it's really just covering the headers of the windows in the 90s era edition.
Gotcha.
So I guess we would like to build above that and keep that trimmed. And I'm just wondering then how to accommodate the brick without that being eccentric of that header line. That's all.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, can you go to slide 17, please? And I think that this might better illustrate, this elevation might better illustrate what you're talking about there, where the older part of the house has that belly band above that small window in the indented area. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you're just trying to
And
continue
in
that.
fact, yes, and to the right of that, in fact, we are adding brick that is currently siding, like a failing, either, I think it's a masonite or wood siding that's actually rotting. So the goal is to actually incorporate as much brick as we possibly can in this case. And then we were responding in part to where we knew we would have maybe some difficult joinery of old and new. If we had an existing trim that we could play off of to help that transition, but.
Yeah, I have a few questions, but I just wanted to mention, thank you very much. You've taken each of the items as reason for continuation and really addressed every single one of them. And most of the questions that I have are pretty minor issues. So if we could get started, if you go to slide number 8, and this is back to that hood design. The half moon part in the back, I'm going to assume you said that's all wood. So that's, I guess, some kind of plywood or MDO or some kind of material that'll.
It would do plywood in that case.
Plywood,
Yeah.
okay. And then the radius trim is going to be a custom wood.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Custom wood detailing. Okay.
Dimensions.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, if you all can speak into the mic. I'm sitting here and I can't hear you.
So the wood pieces would be a traditional 3 to 4 piece. It all depends on the radius and how wide that is. That'd be custom made.
Okay.
The band, everything
Thank
would
you.
be.
Yeah, all painted wood.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. On the doors and the windows, yeah, a significant improvement in that, in the west and the north elevations. One question I had on slide 12. It looks like that half round louver, I believe that you just added that.
Just to match.
That looks really large. And then on another slide, it looks smaller. So you're just matching the existing then.
It does match the existing on other slides. I think in fairness, the way that the brick, essentially Rolock and sill are sort of presenting graphically, I think is probably amplifying that a bit. We took the same dimension half round as is present on the main house.
Okay, perfect.
Open to an
Okay.
adjustment up or
Okay.
down if that's
All right.
something that you feel would sit better.
Yeah, very good. Okay, thank you. And on slide 13, I had trouble reading all these details, but I imagine that you are sticking with the historic precedent of the same brick mold and historic subsill, as shown in those photographs.
Yeah, it's the closest match. It's not exact, but it's the
Okay.
closest thing.
Okay.
When you look at the process and the details, you'll look at some of the things within a 16th to an 1/8 of an inch is pretty close to the band to replicate what it is, but it's new compared to the old.
Yet if you go to the next slide, then it shows some of the existing windows, and that's what.
That's the whole goal.
Yes.
That's the whole goal, to make it look like it was supposed to be there.
Okay, thank you. On the left elevation you were talking about, let's go to slide 16. And where that where the old brick meets the new brick, I'm not following what you're doing there with it says 3/4 inch
And you may want the support
setback brick plane and then 3/8 of an inch BNS. I'm not sure what that means.
I think last time, we could do this together. I think last time there was a concern over toothing.
Yes.
In that location. So I guess our thought was, as opposed to anything additive or applied, that we would just make a slight change in plane to be able to strike a hard edge between the
Correct.
the two brick types, but.
It's in some cases, all depending on the manufacturer, it's a significant amount. And so what we've got to do is we've got to try and be able to plane that out. So that way, when you're standing from any corner within the house, you can actually see the lines go straight. And it's very difficult when you're toothing and for it to not not to just distinctly show up. And so between that, the mortar match and everything, we're going to have to probably blend that in to the point where, especially on the longer walls, luckily with the windows, that masks it a little bit. But when you have these longer planes to the lower sections of the windows below the soldier courses down to the top of the 1x12, you've got significant distance there. And so we have to pay attention to that or it just won't turn out right.
So is it an offset in the brick then? Is that
Just the actual size, yeah, it's a little bit of an offset.
Okay.
We want to make sure it was known so that wasn't a surprise down the road, because in any remodeling atmosphere with this, especially in these older neighborhoods, even with, you find a great color, but unfortunately sometimes the size is not exactly the way it's supposed to be, and so it shows up, and we've got to be able to play with that in order to get it right.
Okay, thank you. On slide 19, if you can look at that detail there, thanks for providing that detail. I'm seeing a 1x4 fascia board. I've never seen that before. So usually a 6 or 8 inch board, because it looks like you have standard size gutters there. And I just was questioning that. I've never seen a 1x4 in that detail before. It's usually larger than that.
You can make a note that it will reflect the exact width of the original house, period.
Okay.
Yeah,
Period.
that was the basis.
Yeah. Everything is like to like. I don't know, like doing this for 30 years, and Andrew Roby's been around for 70 plus years. And that's our goal. Our goal is to make it look exactly the way it's supposed to. You go into a lot of neighborhoods where you can see those kinds of things being added on, and we don't want that. We want it to look like it was there since 1920.
Okay. Yeah, roof forms and materials. You provided the porch roof, a drawing of that to help understand what's going on with that intersection there. The reclaimed slate looks great. I think it's an excellent match. And then if you can do some shuffling in as well, that obviously helps too. You provided the details on the chimney caps. Thank you. Sidewalks and parking. I did have another question on slide 34. Okay, so I'm looking at, you go to slide 34. Yes, okay, so on the right side of that elevation, I'm seeing a brick half wall and then screens above that, and I'm seeing that column detail there at the corner, the right corner.
Mm-hmm.
What happens as you go around the corner of that wall? It appears to then extend to a tall screen, and
Did I? Well, let me see. Let's double check.
yeah, so the front elevation view,
Let's see here.
could perhaps show that.
Oh, got the old one. Yeah, we have that in the appendix.
And
Let's see.
elevation view. We find a front elevation view.
Yeah, let's see. You had. Searching for a bigger one or better readers. That's right. Oh, you know what? We would return the brick below that. That 8x8 column would be the corner condition.
Okay, I'm trying to find a front elevation view and I'm not having much luck.
Yeah, we have one in the appendix in the back, architecture sheet A6. I'm not 100% certain.
Like 30 pages in.
Yeah.
53, okay.
But I would say good catch in that with the shadow. The column should occupy, the 8x8 column should occupy the corner and sit on brick at this.
Okay, and then you convert to a full height screen?
Yes.
From floor to ceiling?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that screen's going to be up next to a column and then a brick half wall.
Correct.
Okay.
At the porch, where a swing is, so it's, that column is actually out, holding up the roof, but there's like a swing before you get to the entry door there.
Okay. Yeah, I just,
So there's actually two columns like in the existing.
Let's see, 3 slides beyond that, maybe a model view may show that relationship a bit better. Actually, it does show it better. Yeah.
There's a,
I think if you were to advance, maybe 3 more slides. There's some model shots. A little bit there. I have a better one here. Actually, I guess, or go ahead, keep going. Sorry, they're numbered differently on mine too.
64.
Thank you. There we go. And demarcating the edge of existing business piece. Swing is in that area currently.
okay, yeah, that's very helpful there. There'll be some intricacies in that intersection where the frame of the screen meets the half wall and the column as well. But you got that covered. And yeah, you provided the rear yard permeability. So that's all the questions that I had.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just have a question. Maybe you discussed it and I missed it, but did you have a replacement tree for that mature tree that you're going to have to remove?
It's on. No, we did look for a spot where we could have, I believe in last month's submission, we laid out like all the trees on site and we don't have another spot for a tree unless we were to just replace it right where it is, but it's currently growing into the side of our garage. So the placement of it being so close to the, I don't know if it's a telephone pole or a electrical pole back there. It was too close, the arborist said, that a tree should not be there, but maybe if we planted something smaller.
Not always. Will you speak to it, Christy, please?
It depends on if there is room on the lot and the lot doesn't, if the lot allows for a new tree to grow. And sometimes there's so much foliage on the lot that even if you plant a new tree, it would fail. It would not grow to maturity. Yeah, from the trees, like there's coverage, so much coverage from the existing trees on the lot. Now we are flexible, like if there's room on, just because it's removed in one place doesn't mean we can't have a tree go back, say in the front, if there's room in the front.
And we did have, I believe we showed in the last, possibly in the appendix, the front of the yard, we have very huge mature trees already. So unless we were just to plant it right in the middle of, I don't know, like the grass area, we didn't really have a spot available for that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do love the trees. We've just got, we didn't have a spot for it to replant one, but we did look at that last month.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walker. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close? Commissioner Heineman?
So my questions are about the porch, the beam and column relationships and this pony wall detail. And I'm wondering if you would consider turning this wall back to meet the existing room. The reason I'm asking is because when we're straight on with this column and brick half wall detail, the neck of the column aligns with the width of the brick wall, right? Which appears to be an 8-inch double width wall.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going, we think that'd be fine.
Yeah. I think it's gonna, because the column feels heavy on such a light wall, and if we turn the wall back, we don't have that condition. So if you would consider turning the wall back and just having the half wall, turn the corner, meet the house, and having the half screens, I think it'll be a lot cleaner.
Like it.
And then Christy, if you can go to slide 51, I think I'm understanding this correctly, and I think I'm totally good. I just want to confirm if I'm looking at the existing photo on the bottom left, I'm looking at the old 90s corner, right? So can you zoom in on that photo? I think I'm understanding how this is translating to the new construction. I just want to confirm that I'm understanding it correctly. The one below that. So where I'm seeing siding on the left side, you guys are going back with brick. Correct? And then you're making the transition, and the existing band is proud of the brick that I'm seeing here. So the existing columns are, plus or minus 5 inches proud of the stud wall. Because they're lining up with that band approximately, right? And you have a close-up detail in your newer drawings that shows all of this and shows existing to match existing, right? And so if you're going back with the belly band, am I understanding correctly that you can, put in this brick for just the continuation of it, right? So we don't have this exterior corner condition. Bring the belly band all the way around and appropriately flash it back into the wall before the new brick comes in?
Yes, and I think it is a game, in this case, it's sort of a game of inches because it threw us for a bit of a loop because of this condition to kind of get away from the siding, the wood siding on that side, and allow us to terminate things appropriately up top and still everything when it returned back into the old house.
I think I'm following it.
Yeah.
And I think this is the image that helped me understand it.
Okay. And that was dovetailed into the conversation earlier about this, essentially the belly band is a continuation of that existing frieze board above those windows.
And your goal is, because we're putting the structure on top of this, is to not remove this band and not expose the headers.
Correct.
And that is why the strategy of continuing the belly band around, but it is possible to fully flash it back into the wall behind the new brick.
Right, so we want to move the brick, we didn't want to have the brick for the balance of everything out proud of that to enable that to happen.
I might be misrepresenting this. I think where some of our concern is coming from is that we recently had a project where the belly band was just applied to the surface of the brick. So it was capturing water behind and in the wall and damaging the headers. And that went through several iterations here. So if we're good that the whole thing can be properly flashed back into the wall behind the new brick, I'm more comfortable with it.
That's the intent, and we shared the sentiment, as was in our first submission, that probably soldiers would have been preferred, cleaner, and when we started to get into it in the game of inches, we started to see some of those offsets were going to get a little sticky on us.
Okay, I'm sure we'll discuss it in deliberation. I mean, I think I'm good with it either way, so.
Wait, I'm confused. So because it was jutted out a little further than you wanted, are you saying that you can or cannot do what Jessica is recommending? Can. Okay.
I think I'm repeating back to them to make sure that I understand the strategy correctly, and it sounds like I do understand the strategy correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would just be a callback down the road. I mean,
it would just be what?
It's difficult to do. It's not easy to do, but it has to be done in order to make it proper.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then I'll just point out to the other commissioners that the existing condition detail that we are seeing on this beam and column, or the beam trim, is just its thickness proud of the column, is the detail that they are matching everywhere else. So it's slightly different than what our standards are showing, but it is to match existing everywhere, which is what our intention is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close? Going once, going twice? Anything you all want to say before we close?
Just thank you for your guidance and patience with us.
All right, thank you. So let's close for deliberation. Let's see here. Mr. Goodwin, will you lead us in discussion on this one, please, sir?
Well, as mentioned earlier, I think that all of the items that were of concern previously have been addressed. A couple new items have emerged. And really, the only issues that I see now is we need something on the HVAC location and screening for the accessory building that needs to be added, and I think that that would be staff approvable. The applicant might want to provide some detailing on the flashing for the belly band that we've talked so much about to ensure that that's not going to be a callback.
Mhm.
And then the front left corner of the porch, we want to return the half wall back to the house and make it continuous.
Say that last part one more time, Commissioner Goodwin.
Oh, yeah, the front left corner of the new porch, the brick half wall needs to be extended back to the house to simplify that
Okay, all right.
intersection. And that's all that I had.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Do we have additional comments or?
I have a question, and maybe this is just one of those instances where like, I'm not seeing the picture. But so for this condition here that we're looking at in the image with the belly or the band and the column, I understand that the 1x12 header piece aligns with the column and the brick is set back from the front of the column. I mean, does it tuck up underneath that band? Is that the issue?
That's my understanding, is that the 1x12 is proud of the brick. So it's furred
There's like a
out.
soffit there or something, or
I think it's just the thickness, like a drip.
so I don't understand how if the beam is in plane with the front side of the column, yet the brick is recessed back towards the back side of the column.
Actually, that's what I was, the beam, the column is also recessed back the thickness of the 1x12 on the house.
Oh, it's set back too. Okay.
The column and the brick are coplanar, and the 1x12 is proud of both of them. There's another detail earlier in the set. Let me find it.
I mean, I'm fine with all of it.
I'm
I'll
fine with
take-
it too
I'll
because it's
take their
matching
word
an
for
existing
it.
condition.
They know how it all works out. That was just my concern with the belly band, is it rotting out? But that sounds good.
I would love for you to finish that thought, Jessica, just because now that you,
I'll find it.
yeah.
They provided the detail. It's 32.
Slide 32.
So in the top left there, you can see where the 1x12 is its thickness proud of the column cap.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're mimicking everywhere in the across the project to match the existing condition.
Thank you. Okay. Any other thoughts? I mean, they have addressed every single thing we asked them to. So I feel like we're in the mood for emotion. Commissioner Goodwin, I'm looking at you, sir.
I see that. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application and that it is not incongruous with the district, meets the standards for new construction and additions, Chapter 6, and standards for accessory buildings, Chapter 8, with the following staff approvable conditions: to provide the HVAC location and screening for the accessory building, to provide details on the belly band to ensure proper flashing, and the front left corner of the porch to return the half wall back to the house.
I'll second.
All right, perfect. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So let me just double check our numbers here, 7, 8. All right, Motion to approve passes 8-0. And thank you all so much for listening to the comments that the commission gave and responding to them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, the chair has asked that I make an announcement that we are not hearing any case past 10 this evening. So if your cases number 11, 12, 13, or 14, you are deferred to the August 10th meeting and will be heard at the beginning of the meeting. I will send you an email if revised plans are not required, but should you wish to submit revised plans for if your case has not been heard, they are due on Friday, July 22nd. With that, I would like to see if Robbie and Jill are with us.
We're here.
I think I hear y'all. Have y'all been sworn in?
We have
not. Okay, we're going to do that first.
All right, well, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
The application was continued for 6 items listed on page 1 of the memo. I'm not going to go through it. I think Jill and Robbie have addressed the information, and Jill and Robbie, I'm going to turn it straight over to you. Please state your names and your addresses for the court reporter.
Okay, Jill Wheelock, 3427 Seward Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Robbie Johnson, 1605 Sterling Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28209.
Okay. I'm on slide 6. If you would just quickly summarize your changes, I think the commission probably has some comments and thoughts as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so to start, item number 1 was the front gable, which we, to make the batten configuration match the rendering. So we did that, so that all should match the rendering that we were showing you guys last time. That's item number 1. Number 2 was the dormer on the front elevation, size and relationship to the porch roof. We kind of raised the bottom of the dormer up, the top of it down. We made the windows a little larger based on our conversation. And if you'll remember last time, we had a different pitch on that dormer. We took the roof pitch on that and matched the roof pitch of the lower, larger gable. So that was item number 2. Item number 3 was the front gable material clarification. And on our drawings, we have listed that as a cementatious board. So that's a solid board in there and be cementatious to match the siding. 4 item was details of cornice, trim, beam to column alignment, railing. And on our drawings, I don't know if you want to flip, there you go. We have shown larger details of the columns, the base and the capital. And then if you'll turn the page, we have shown the columns relationship, cornice relationship, space, railing and everything in this drawing to hopefully give you the details that you wanted. Turning over to the next page, we're showing a little more detail of how the beam on the column is working with the railing, showing the wood fascia, the rake and stuff on the details to the right. And then flipping the page, we are showing the detail of the railing, which we are matching the detail of the railing on 820, the adjacent house that we did previously. So all that should match exactly the same. Except the height. Our height is code height. And then the rear elevation, if you go to the next sheet, there's more details of the railing
Hey, Robbie, you sound a little muffled, so if you'll slow down and speak as clearly as you can, that would be so helpful for us. Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now? Okay, if you could just flip the page to show the detail of the railing. There you go. We have more details of the railing, tops, bottoms, heights, all that in there. And then the last item that we had was the rear elevation, where we had previously had the casement window in the restroom, and we have now taken that window and matched it to all the windows on the house. And that, I think, covers all the items that we had on our list.
All right, thank you, sir. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
No?
All right, perfect. Commissioners, questions of the applicants? Again, I just want to say thank you for being responsive to our feedback.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Any other questions before we close? It's pretty, yeah. Commissioner Heineman?
I think this is just a graphic issue on slide 7. I will say in the continuation for the restudy of this dormer and referencing the old house, I do wish it was a little lower slung, the dormer. It feels tall relative to the window head heights to me still. And I wish it was lower slung the way the original house was. I think these dormers usually are tighter to the window head heights. But I think my feedback here is that the brackets on the sides are supporting the barge rafter. And so it's just a graphic problem. They need to be pushed up.
It is, I agree with you, that is a graphic. It actually has slid down in the drawing. It should go right up against the roof.
Is it an option in that room of this project? I mean, I know it's a commercial building, for us just to bring the plate height down in the dormer?
We have an 8-foot height in that room right now. So it's pretty much the whole room in that dormer. It will be possibly, I mean, if we brought it down more, we would end up not having a code height seating.
And it would get tight in that area behind it. But I mean, I can tell you, as we study sections and work through the detailed drawings of this, if there is the ability to bring that down, a few inches or something, we can do that.
There's the ability to what, Robbie? Sorry, can't understand.
If there is, as we detail this and get into more and more detail, if we can bring that down, I'll definitely take a look at doing that.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world, if the plate height of the dormer could be brought down slightly or the head height of the windows could be brought up slightly, that would help a lot in the reading of this dormer.
We can easily do that as we study the sections and
Thank you.
deal with our structures here.
I think my only other comment ties into the staff analysis of the rail height. I understand it needs to meet commercial code, but I think staff has a lot of examples of jump rails to do that so that we can still meet the historic pattern of tying in the rail below the pier caps.
So, I'm sorry, what is a jump rail? Is it just another board over the handrail?
Christy, can you show an example?
I don't have time to pull one up.
Oh, okay.
We'll work with her, but
I would say just
essentially
work with staff.
the railing needs to tie in below the concrete cap, and then to get your code, you would just add a simple railing on top that kind of disappears.
So I'm happy, if you have a solution that will meet code, I'm happy to do that, because I don't like where it sits either. So yeah, I'll take a different solution.
We run into this in the district all the time now, so Christy can navigate that for you.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Any other questions or comments or clarifications, commissioners? All right. Well, do you have anything that you want to say, Robbie and B, before we close?
I don't think so. I think we feel good about this and look forward to developing the details and getting it built.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Lineberger?
I really just wanted to compliment the applicants. I mean, when I look at this from the very beginning, where we started and where it is now, it's just really a handsome project. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this be built.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Barth, will you craft a motion for us, please?
I'm gonna have a few questions first. In the dormers, I'd like to know from staff if we have previously approved cementitious paneling.
So yes, what we have approved in the past is, okay, so this is being shown with lap siding, but what we've approved is cementitious paneling with wood
Battens.
battens.
Gotcha, okay, perfect. And I'd be curious to see, I know Jessica had some comments on this dormer in particular and its height. As a commission, do we feel that's something that can be, because of the code issues with ceiling height, is that something that can be addressed in the fields during construction and framing?
Or by staff?
Or by staff, yeah.
Christy, how do you feel about that? Addressing the dormer, the headers either going up or the roof lines coming down?
I would ask that you give me more of like, does it need to come down a foot? Are we eliminating like this piece and this piece? Like, give me a dimension. that I can-
prescriptive.
Yes, please.
All right, Commissioner Heineman?
Could you go up to a foot, like
So
that type?
I will say that the graphic issue with the brackets is a non-issue. That is an easy correction. It's a graphic correction. It doesn't play into this decision. Christy, could you go to the front elevation? It's the space between the window head height and where the gable is tying in that's just much taller than is characteristic of the district.
Well,
right?
I agree, it's high-hatted. I think it's also a condition of the band board.
That was where I was gonna go next, yeah. It would be great if the header and the band board were the same and not two elements. I think that would be a shared element. And I think what this project has going for it is the historic house that burned down and the proposal have these huge oversized windows on the main level. So there's just some give for them to beef the windows up a little bit, raise the head height a little bit, because what they're working with on the main level is so oversized that they're still going to feel secondary to it. So I am fully confident that they can work it out. And if Christy's uncomfortable with it, she'll talk to us about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love for the relationship between the window heads and the support of the gable to be minimized and ideally be one piece of trim instead of separate band and header.
Okay.
Does that sound good to you guys? And Christy, is that prescriptive enough? Thank you.
Yes, you can say it like that, please.
Okay, perfect. You want to say it like that in your motion, Commissioner Barth?
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application with a few details. Number one, on the porch railing, requesting that the main rail be disengaged from the pedestal cap down at 3 feet with a secondary jump rail to be worked out with staff. Second, would request that the applicant work with staff on the front-facing dormer to minimize the high-hatted head condition by increasing the window size and header height, re-engaging the brackets with the bar drafter as a graphical note, as well as the band board being engaged with the header trim. think that was all I had.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
I'll second it.
Commissioner Heineman. Any further discussion of the motion?
I feel like we have to say, since Commissioner Murin isn't here, that it's a really exciting project and the applicants have taken like an approach of such rigor with something that is new in the district with this connector piece and have been so responsive every step of the way. And I think we're all excited about the project and we're all incredibly grateful for the, spirit of partnership with which this applicant has approached the process.
And persistence,
Yeah.
especially persistence.
All
As
right.
far as the motion goes, no, I have nothing to say.
Yeah. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0. Congratulations, B and Robbie. Thank you. I cannot wait to see. Yeah. Yeah.
Is your microphone on?
No, I just said this is a really exciting development for East Boulevard, connecting the old houses across the sites to meet the needs of commercial use. I mean,
In a very creative and sensitive way.
it's going to be complicated, but I think it's going to change the nature of the business district in a really positive way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Congrats. Okay, our last case for the evening. Again, if you are cases 11 through 14, you will be heard at the beginning of the August 10th meeting. 1501 South Mint Street and 317 West Summit. If y'all come up, bring some extra chairs if you need them. And everyone's been sworn in, correct? Okay. This application is for new construction. The project has already been reviewed for demolition. I will orient everybody. It is at the corner, at the edge of the district, on the corner of West Summit and South Mint. To further orient you, this building right here is the Boone Oakley building. And even though it's not in the district, it is a historic landmark. So I believe it is fair game for comparison since it is a designated local landmark. It's this site. It is also this site. It's right here. And this is the site of a former gold mine entrance. There was information that the Historic Landmarks Commission researched that I added to the end of this presentation, just so all of it was all together for everyone to have in one place. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants. Applicants, we need each of you to please use the microphone and state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and please spell your last names.
Turn it on. It's when the light's green, it's ready. Thank you.
My name is Eric Nichols. I'm with Providence Group Capital. Our address is 300 West Summit Avenue, Suite 250, Charlotte, and my name's spelled Nichols.
James Cole, 300 West Summit Avenue, Suite 250. Last name Cole, Cole.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street, Overcash.
Jessica Hogue, 2010 South Tryon Street, HOKE.
Okay, I have you on slide 6. If you would help me and let me know what slides you'd like me to progress to there on the left-hand side. So.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, staff, and everyone in the room for your service tonight. I know it's been a long evening. I myself fell asleep 3 times in one of the presentations. Apologize for that. But hopefully this won't take too long tonight. Obviously, we have an idea for a project here that we think will speak to the history of the site, really, which is archaeological more than architectural, in that it was the last operating gold mine shaft was on the property behind this corner of Mint and Summit. So I'm gonna let Stephen and Jessica speak to the building that we've designed here. But we don't have a tremendous amount of details. What we're really looking for from you guys is some feedback on what we're trying to do here. We are trying to purchase this property from Larry Welch. Mr. Welch's father had a gas station on this property for many years. It's now been adaptively reused for a bar and nightclub. But it's, as you know, on the edge of the district, and many of the properties that were on the edge of the district opted out of being an historical designation. But Mr. Welch's mother at the time, when she was alive, she was the owner of the property, and she did not make that election. So we feel like we've got a fairly unique situation here, being on the edge at this corner, but also being part of the Gold District and the history and the buildings that are there. And so it isn't one of the typical cases that I've ever seen you guys hear. It's more like something that would be uptown in Fourth Ward or something like that, given what we're proposing. So we're just looking for some feedback from you guys tonight, and are happy to provide more work and more details if we're heading in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Once again, Stephen Overcash. I was one of the founders of the Gold District, I guess 9 or 10 years ago. It was always a dream to have some sort of building that would honor the history. We knew museums was probably not the answer. When this opportunity came along, we think it's great. The building will be telling the history of the gold mining in Charlotte. That's the reason Charlotte is Charlotte right now. A lot of people don't know that, but there's really no Charlotte without discovering gold in 1825. The last gold mine, we're sitting right on top of it, and we're not using the mine. That would be unsafe, but we are going to go down and simulate how it would be to go down 350 feet into the root of some mine. More gold was mined here than just about anywhere in the United States in the 1930s, shut down in 37, and we would love to have the opportunity to do a historical building. We know it's complex. We know it's going to be a long process to get all the details in front of you. With that being said, generally, that's the sketch. The Boone Oakley building is on the left. We want to match the brick of Boone Oakley as much as we can, and a lot of the detailing. We're respecting the scale of the first couple of levels, which is Boone Oakley's building. We want to use a lot of brick. We want to use wood, which is symbolic of the heavy timber structure they would use in the tunnels as they were down going horizontal. Lots of glass. We want to break the scale up as much as we can. We know we back up to more residential, but we think we've broken the scale down so that it's, even though it does have quite a bit of height onto it, we think the scale is appropriate. We have met with Wilmore. They're all for the building. They enjoyed seeing what was going on there. They would be proud of it. As you can see, we've got the name Wilmore. Going that way, it's welcome to Wilmore. Coming this way, it's welcome to the Gold District. We do have a rooftop terrace, which starts to help to break the scale even further. So we have several steps in the building to get down to Mint Street. Next, where would we go? Where'd you like to go, Jess?
So the materiality sheet kind of goes across what Stephen covered.
Use the mic. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the materiality sheet shows and covers kind of the materials that as Stephen talked about, with the brick to match the building next door, and the wood being a phenolic of some sort to mimic the beams kind of going in the ground. And then everything else would be mostly glass and some perforated metal screening to kind of accentuate and give some texture to the facade.
We want to have a very rich mixture of materials. So a big building that helps to break the scale down to change up materials. We're showing both white and dark aluminum storefront. And we have some minimal details. Like I said, we understand that eventually we'll be bringing in samples and getting into more detail. we can, I guess, skip over the existing conditions. We were authorized to demolish the few buildings that were on the site. We're within our 1 year time span to get those demolished. Okay. Would you like to go, Jess?
You go down, Christie. Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. You go to the zoning map sheet, next one down, 16, yeah. This one kind of shows the relationship to our site in the 200-foot radius circles into each of the different corners in relation to all the zoning around the site as it is. And we do, within relation to the building on the back on Woodward Street, we've stepped the building down to help with the scale of the building to respect the neighborhood behind.
But what's important is the green, we push the building to get out of being the proximity to the single family.
Will you say that again, Mr. Overcash? I missed it.
Green circles is the R5, which this illustrates we're pushing the building away from, as far as we can, from the single family residential, staying outside of their 200-foot radiuses. We can go to the plan. 17. This is a site plan, shows the point of egress off of Mint Street. There's a lot of grade change on West Summit. It's going uphill very quickly. We've got all the parking underground. We put that into the bank. In terms of a program, we're still talking, but it's going to be a combination of office, boutique, hotel, residential, potentially, obviously retail on the first floor. But the massing and all will stay the same, and the rooftop terrace will be there regardless of the use. Absolutely no parking is shown. We get all of our streetscape that's allowed. We're going to have a speakeasy, but it's going to be hidden in the parking below ground. We'll give you the effect of going down 300 feet in a rickety elevator, and you'll probably be going down 40 feet. But we'll give you that effect of what it would take to go down. But like I said, the only entrance to the parking is off of Mint, and we've got it absolutely as far back from the intersection as we could. We're 8 stories. We're buried in the hill. When you see 350,000, that includes everything. That's the parking and the roof terrace and all the balconies and everything. All right, next.
Yeah,
19.
19 illustrates a good building section of how it goes into the ground and the different levels and how it all works.
We get 19. Oh, there you go, Jessica, take off.
So the center dash line is that speakeasy that'll go into the ground that will be in the actual shaft from the St. Catherine mine. And then each of the levels, you can see the grade that comes across, in which everything's buried in the ground, and as you go up, the different potential uses.
Okay. We are TOD, TR. And we're
Stephen,
not,
can you please speak closer?
we're in the TOD TR district, and we're staying obviously within. You can buy extra stuff. We're not have any interest in buying. We're staying within the envelope of the restrictions for TOD TR. Would you like to get just a couple of details on 20? We're just getting started developing details, but it does show to meet the restrictions of this submittal, some rails and some windows and some brickwork. We'll certainly be refining those and giving more detail as we go through the process, if we get to the next level.
The next few slides go over the different street elevations as required for the submittal.
Right.
Just as a rough box until we know further for development.
Okay, where would you like to go? To the we've talked about that rendering. We'll go to some of the other ones in a minute. That was the same one that was on the cover. We could go to 26. That's a little more aerial, that starts to show the massing and how we step the building back and and break it up with a lot of offsets and balconies. And lots of glass. We like the windows that reflect the sky and sort of help minimize the mass versus just a lot of punched windows. 27 is looking, is that down Summit?
Yeah, looking down Summit towards South Mint, so it shows the entry into the courtyard that'll be covered. That'll be the entry into the building and into the kind of center jewel piece of the mine shaft.
And so the Boone Oakley look nice into the hill and into a one-story on this side. Which one?
29 shows the entry into the parking garage area in between our building and the 1501 building, just kind of a nice gateway into there. That'll be
The building on the right, yeah, it's just about finished with its renovations. I know it had to come through and get approval, but it does show the building in relation to David Oakley's building.
30 is just more of a close-up of that entry into that prominent entry into the middle of the
Let's
building.
go to 30. I think 30 is important because that will be a major entry off of Summit Street. Summit Street, we're in the process of trying to get it returned to its original name of Gold Street. So we've started that process. There is a Gold Street somewhere else, but it'll be Gold's as close as we can get to Gold Street. That was one of the directives that the state gave Charlotte back in the 70s. Why don't you return the streets to their original names? And so we're trying to go along with that. But that gives you the effect of sort of going through a tunnel, and that will be the entrance to the whole complex. And we hope to have lots of memorabilia and some actual stuff from the old gold mines that will be displayed throughout the building.
And then the last page really illustrates some of the items that from our initial discussions with you all on different views of the building in relation to coming up over Summit Street on the top right. And then on the bottom right is a view from Westwood and what that would look like from that street corner.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, do we have anyone on the line?
We do. We have two callers. Andrew, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Andrew. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, hold just a second. Camden, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, if you would both be sworn in right now.
All right, Andrew and Camden, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to start, we'll go in alphabetical order. Andrew, we'll start with you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
My name is Andrew Kitchen, and my address is 308 Westwood Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay, and Andrew, let me know if there's a specific slide you'd like to reference.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then you may get started with your comments.
Okay. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today. I strongly value the rich character and historical significance of our Wilmore neighborhood, as well as the Rudisill gold mine. However, I do have some concerns regarding the new proposed mixed-use construction project. The main concern I have is the proposal application. It lists the proposed height of the structure to be 94 feet. This dwarfs the historical buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility. As reflected on pictures on pages 13 and 14 of their proposal, the historical buildings in this area are generally 1 to 2 stories tall. Graphics on the proposal on pages 21 to 23 show that the construction is nearly 4 times taller than the tallest historical structure in the area. I think you can see that there, far above the height lines. I think that this is unacceptable. As outlined in the Committee Design Standards for Commercial Buildings, Section 7.8.2, the height of a proposed building shall be no taller than the tallest historical building on the block within a 360-degree range of visibility of the same type. Nowhere in the proposal is a building of similar height identified, nor could it be. Further, I worry such a large addition will negatively impact the character of the adjacent residential neighborhood. Standard 7.8.6 notes for new non-residential buildings that are located on the edge of a historic residential neighborhood, the height and width of the houses in proximity of the site of the proposed new building should be respected. The proposed development will be directly adjacent to numerous historical residential homes, as noted on the proposal on page 17. I would also address or like to direct your attention to page 16 with the zoning. I don't know if this is an oversight or an omission, but there are numerous residences designated as B2 that you can see in the center there that would directly abut it. However, if you will move to slide 14, you can see that numerous of these addresses are actually single-family homes. I'm specifically referring to 320 Westwood Avenue, 324 Westwood Avenue, and 400 Westwood Avenue. These properties are designated as B2, however, are clearly directly adjacent to this, as well as so are many R5 properties, my own included on 308, which is within that 200-foot range. I do not feel that the scale of this building fits with the historical character or context of the Wilmore neighborhood, which is largely comprised of small, single-family bungalow-style homes. As the building presenters noted, and I quote, "It is better suited to Uptown or Fourth Ward." I agree. I think that the strong juxtaposition in scale will violate one of the core missions of the Historic Society to maintain the historic human scale, pedestrian orientation, and visual variety of the streetscape. I fear that this development will make these homes and the neighborhood at large less desirable by eroding the unique and vibrant character of the Wilmore neighborhood. I realize that the board has an incredibly difficult job in balancing the concerns of the community, the historical significance, and the development interests, but I also recognize that this committee is bound by its own standards. In summation, I urge you to please consider how a massive building, almost 100 feet tall, violates the historic design guidelines propagated by this committee, and how building such a structure directly adjacent to single-family bungalow homes will irreparably damage the character of the historic neighborhood that you are entrusted to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, Camden.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Camden Muldrow. I live at 320 Westwood Avenue. Very well said, Andrew. A lot of those points I echo completely. Actually, all of your points. So my house, like Andrew's, backs up to this property. And to dive right in, I strongly object to a building of this scale and height. I do appreciate the efforts made by the developer and the architect to include lots of retail and their attempts to honor gold mining history. But this building is simply just too tall and too massive. In fact, if the HDC were to approve this, it would undoubtedly set a dangerous precedent for every historic district in Charlotte. I can't see a possibility where the historic district would allow this and still maintain their authority and credibility in future cases where massing and scale are called into question. It violates so many of your own design standards written for this exact scenario of commercial properties abutting historic single-family dwellings. I know Andrew read some. I'm going to read a few other different ones that are, like I just said, specifically written for this scenario. 7.3.4, in transition areas from single-family to denser development areas that by zoning allow more a variety of uses, the historic context surrounding the site should be respected in terms of height, massing, roof forms, materials, modulated facades, etc. And then on 7.8, the height of a proposed building should be no taller than the tallest historic building on the block. And as Andrew said, there is no building of this size on the block or anywhere in Wilmore, anywhere. And then 0.6, for new non-residential that are located on the edge of historic residential neighborhood, the height and the width of the houses in the proximity of the site of the proposed new building should be respected. So with all that said, I don't see how the HDC could possibly begin to allow a building that so clearly without question violates all of these standards and many more. I do appreciate the fact that land values are very high, and you know, you have to squeeze density on these sites to make the project work. But I think the owner of this site is going to have to rethink the value of their land because it's in the historic district, and I just don't see how a building of this size could possibly be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, you heard Andrew and Camden.
Sure.
Here's your opportunity to speak to those concerns.
I would say that I'm not as well versed in the historic district regulations they cited. The zoning is actually correct. If we want to go to that zoning slide, the use of the property may be single family, but the zoning is B2 for those properties behind the site, and the zoning for our site is TOD&C. You know, we are trying to meet the city's authority in zoning this site with an overlay of TOD. We're trying to design a building that fits within the TOD structure. And recognizing that there is some historical nature to the site, we also want to respect that. We met with the Wilmore board and I went to the Wilmore neighborhood meeting, and you know, there was tremendous support for the project among those folks. So I did also hand out my business card to someone at that meeting who said they would get in touch with the folks on Westwood who wanted to speak to us about the project. And we're certainly open to talking to them about how this project impacts their property in particular. So that's all the feedback that I really have for that.
Commissioner Walker.
I think your project looks beautiful. It really does. It's unfortunate though where it sits, and I, for my own benefit, needed to go back to our city's ordinance to get better clarification and understanding of that parcel and its location being in the historic district. And as you said, having the TOD&C designation on it. That's an unfortunate mixed marriage there, but the city's ordinance for historic districts, section 10-201, purpose and applicability. The purpose of a local, and I won't go into detail, I'll cut to the chase just to keep everybody's time short. The purpose of a local historic district is to encourage the restoration, preservation, rehabilitation, blah, 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 from potentially adverse influences, blah, 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 and to review new construction design to ensure compatibility with the character of the district. The historic district will be, this is the important part, the historic district will be applied as an overlay zoning district which will supersede other zoning districts with respect to compatibility, context, and appropriateness of exterior features as described in section 10-204. So what that means is that even though that property has been zoned with very generous development rights, it is still superseded in terms of what can go on that property by the mere fact of its being in the historic district. And so that's why we here are all charged with the task of making sure that that abides by historic district guidelines. And it's unfortunate, and I hope that maybe when you were shown this property and its generous zoning rights, you were also made aware of the fact that the historic district overlay will supersede whatever the zoning on the ground is of those properties. And that's why it's before us, and that's why we're in the very difficult position of trying to determine what is an appropriate use, size, and context for that parcel. And I guess the only other thing I would like to ask is, I think you guys were here back in the last fall, weren't you? With, kind of generalized.
Right, we came for the workshop and we do understand the difficult mixed marriage as you describe, and so we're looking for feedback. We've been aware of these two conditions and aspects of the site, and so that's why we're willing to. We believe it'll be a contributing structure for this neighborhood in the sense of just from a lifestyle perspective, and that's why we're looking for feedback from you guys as to what you would like to see.
But I know that as far as I can remember, we did talk to you about, being careful of size and context. And in all that time, I'm trying to understand, and maybe you can help me understand, because I've driven around that site many, many times, where you took your context cues from, because I don't see anything anywhere in a 360-degree view that would make me think, yeah, that fits in with the rest of the pictures that I'm seeing all around. I can't see that.
You can have contrasting scales. We understand that we're right on the perimeter there. We would never propose this pushed into the district. We're on a very busy TOD laden. We know what's going to be happening right across the street from us, right and left. And we feel like this would be a good transition. You can jump across the street and go 130 feet.
So you would classify 100 almost foot building as a transition to a bungalow community?
Yeah, to the very top. We feel like we've respected the scale by starting to wedding cake it down, getting close to the street, step backs. We're not saying we're going to compare ourselves to a one-story bungalow. But on a perimeter edge lot, we feel like that it is not inappropriate to do a building that has some significance to it that hopefully both the Gold District and Wilmore would be proud of. Like I said, we went and we've talked to Wilmore, and I'm not sure if their input is important to this committee or not. They were very excited about it.
Yeah, I think we got a letter of support from a gentleman from that works for CRBE, or the president of your association.
Yeah, so it's in the agenda supplement. Grayson Hawkins is the acting president of the Wilmore board, and he said he supports the project. And then there's also
I should also point out that he seems to not understand that even though it is zone Todd, that does not determine what can be allowed on the ground, because the historic district supersedes.
We all understand that this committee trumps the city of Charlotte planning. We understand that. Basically, that's the deal. I understand that.
All right.
Clearly.
Okay.
Commissioner Walker, is that it? Commissioner Lineberger.
Before we go there, I think we need Commissioner Henningsen to say something.
Yeah.
Sure.
If you would, your mic, please.
Yeah, so real quick, so I was in the Wilmore neighborhood meeting 2-3 weeks ago or so. The applicants didn't discuss this application, with the neighborhood. I didn't hear any details about the application before. I think the gentleman, apologies, I forget your name, gentleman in the black shirt, had handled some business cards and some renderings and stuff. So I just wanted to disclose that.
Thanks for clarifying. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes, I just want to tag on to Commissioner Walker's sentiments. I agree with all of her comments, and I think the building is beautiful. I think it's an awesome project. The nod to the historical context and the history there is commendable. The details, the thought put into the details. However, we are tasked with upholding the standards of the historic district. And in addition to what Commissioner Walker already said, just at the beginning, of section 7, which is the new construction for non-residential standards. I couldn't get past the first 2 pages because it's context. It's all context. And if it doesn't meet the context, it doesn't matter how beautiful the building is, how wonderful it is. We can't get beyond what's within our purview. And what's within our purview is determining if this meets the context of and it really does not if you go by the guidelines. So, or by the standards. So it was concerning to hear a comment that you weren't familiar, I believe. I'm not sure which gentleman it was. I know it wasn't Mr. Evercash, that you weren't as familiar with our historic district guidelines. Maybe I took that out of context somehow, but that was the number one job of when you all are looking at a site. That is the number, and it is in a historic district. It should be the very first thing that you look at, and it does it supersedes all of it. Anyway, I'm being redundant now, but I'm looking forward to hearing what other commissioners say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Henningsen?
Yeah, I mean, I love the project. I love the nod to history. I love everything that you guys are trying to do. And I'm hung up. I mean, first and foremost, I'm just hung up on height. I mean, there's other things that will, come after that, but yeah, I think you need to solve the height problem first. And I know we've had, again, every large project is different. It's in a different part of the district. We've had several at the edge come in recently, and, we've always asked them to, I don't want to say blend in, but, reduce scale as you start to work your way into the neighborhood, and that's on the sides, it's on the back. And so, when you're starting, 90 feet in the air, and when you look up Summit, and I don't remember what the height is of, that warehouse. For conversation's sake, let's just say it's 30 feet. That's a big jump, So I'm not trying to design and say you start at 30 feet for your project to align heights, but I'm saying that you need to start, at that tallest historic height and then start blending into the neighborhood. And that's what makes it complicated, because you are at the edge, and you do have historical buildings that are outside of the district that are at that corner that are at a really low height too, and that doesn't help. And all the single family homes doesn't help. It's going to be really tough. And I just challenge you to work closely with, staff to, come up with that good starting point in terms of height, and then, how you reduce your scale into the single family homes and into the neighborhood on the sides and in the back. But I mean, it's so much exciting stuff about this project, especially a 40-foot rickety elevator down to get a cocktail. Love that.
All right, so we are at 7:22. I think that we're repeating ourselves, and the applicants were at a workshop. So I think that we just need to go ahead and close, let them say what they need to say, and then close and deliberate and be very clear in the information and the direction that we give these applicants, okay? All right, anything you'd like to say before closing?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're gonna close for deliberation now. Jill, will you please lead this discussion?
If this is all about determining what would be an appropriate height for, that would not be where I'd want to go. Well, I was going to.
Okay, well, can I say this, please? There's nothing about this project that meets our standards.
I want to remind the commission that we're not to design the project for the applicant, but you can give guidance about parameters based on surrounding existing context.
So in other words, we would ask the applicants to maybe revisit the surrounding area in terms of getting more feedback for context cues to determine what might fit into that property? Is that?
I think we should direct the applicants back to our standards. Chapter 7. I don't think it's too complicated. I think we direct them back to Chapter 7 because much like you said, Commissioner Walker, it's a gorgeous building. It does not fit in this district. And so I really don't think much needs to be said after that. I can't make a motion, but you all can.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
I'd like to respond to something that the applicant said about anchoring the corner. Because I do think while we are bound with some fairly prescriptive standards on some of these, there is something to be said for anchoring the corner and the gateway into a community. And I mean, look, it doesn't need to be said again. This is just such a stunning project. I mean, I think any of us would give anything to be able to. Sorry, it's totally stunning. I live around the corner and I want to live next to this building. It's so beautiful. But I think, you know, if I'm looking at 7.7, which is massing and complexity of form, and I'll preface this by saying that these renderings are highly successful in scale reducing techniques and in massing, right? It's the height that I'm also hung up on. But I think that what we're seeing in 7.7 is that Fourth Ward and Wilmore have a different set of guidelines for non-residential, and that we probably do have some leeway for anchoring a corner site in a manner that is less literal, if I'm reading 7.7's diagrams correctly. That being said, I think the height we're seeing in these, you know, stunning renderings is not even in the neighborhood of what our standards allow in Wilmore.
And it's made even more of a difficult, it's made even more exaggerated by the fact that they've incorporated 2 entire lots and turned that into one project. That has made the massing so significant.
All right, what are we gonna do? All right, so let me remind you what our options are. We can continue it, we can approve it, or we can deny it. We continue it if we feel like there are points to be made where we can bring this gorgeous building into compliance. We deny it if there's no way we can do that with the product that we've been given. Or we approve it if we feel like this is correct for this particular lot, these lots in Wilmore. So what are we going to do at 7:27 p.m.?
I think that in the history of this commission, we've sometimes been in favor of not subjecting people to the 90-day delay after their first application.
I would say, don't forget, we had a workshop.
If I could, I understand the sentiment, but the reality is, given our current volume, even if they were to apply tomorrow, there's still a
It's the same.
3-month wait. So,
Doesn't play into anything.
yeah.
I think that's fair.
Thank you for being so gracious. Oh, come on, people.
I can make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
I will say, and I haven't spoken up because everyone's kind of covered everything. You know, I think there is something to be said that along Mint and Summit, there could be an argument for a minimal height increase. You know, I'm not speaking for the whole commission, being that it is a gateway to the community, but especially as we get back into the backside of this lot and towards that, what's being used is single family. It's such a stark contrast. It's going to have to be really sensitive to that. definitely 8 and 7 stories, I would imagine is way, way too tall. That being said, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove this project as it relates to Chapter 7.
I don't think disapprove is an option, Commissioner Barth. It's approve, continue, or deny.
Deny, I apologize. Deny.
Okay.
Deny this project as it relates to Chapter 7, specifically with height and massing.
All right,
We need add some context, give us some page numbers, give us some stuff there, please, Commissioner Barth.
Commissioner Lineberger referenced some of the guidelines.
Yes.
I was just going to chime in and say, I really think it's all of Chapter 7. I mean, how do we're starting with 7.2
I think
context.
that's fine to say, and then you list them each individually and say it's all of Chapter 7. It does not meet 7.2 context. It does not meet 7.4 setback, and you say that, and then you list them all item by item, if that's
So
how you feel.
I mean, this is a denial mainly because of its massing and height. And I mean, there are several nods to commercial buildings adjacent to this.
There are in
For
the
like,
first 3 stories.
For
Yes.
windows and for cornices and cast and
How we typically do things is you look at the big picture and you can say this hasn't been evaluated for storefronts, windows and doors and those details. So it's up to you, but that is why I've been asking for very specific standards to be cited. And you may state, all of the setback, or if that's not an issue, spacing might be an issue because of Jill brought up the 2 lot issue. Orientation may not be an issue, so you don't include that, but you need to spell out, I think, all of the things
okay.
how you feel, and then see if the commission agrees.
Is it okay if we stop at directional expression and then say we have not reviewed, those are the larger items, and we haven't reviewed the others?
I agree that that's the breaking point between the 30,000-foot view and the minute details.
Yeah.
Sure.
Did you hear that, Commissioner Barr? Okay.
All right. Repeating my motion, I would like to deny this application as it pertains to Section 7 of our guidelines, specifically
Chapter 7 of our standards, new construction for commercial buildings.
Chapter 7 of our standards, new construction for commercial buildings, preamble, 7.2 context, specifically with regards to the Wilmore District. 7.3, do we have some numbers here?
So context is 7.2 through 7.3. It's just 7.3 is just a continuation of
yes.
context.
So on page 7.3, 1 through 5. For setback, 7.4. 1 and 2. 7.5 spacing. Item 1, really. Does anybody feel 7.6 orientation? Yeah.
Are you sure? Is it facing both streets?
Yes.
Okay.
7.7 massing and complexity of form. Number 1, 2, likely 3 and 4. Well,
yeah, 3 and 4. Yeah.
Well, I'm not quite sure about roof roof forms. I mean, we have industrial properties adjacent to this. So 1 through 3 for 7.7 massing and complexity of form. 7.8 height and width. 1,
2,
1, 2,
3,
3,
4,
4, 6, 7, and that's it.
Well, they've kind of used height reduction techniques. I don't know if we should put 7 in there.
I think it needs to be in there because it would apply to the residential
Okay,
street,
Okay.
I believe.
okay.
7.9 scale.
One, 2,
1 and 2, and
And 4.
4. And directional expression 7.10, or number 1. And we are reserving analysis on details until resubmittal.
That includes foundations, roof form and materials, cornices and trim, doors and
Foundation
windows.
7.11,
Yeah.
roof form and material 7.12, cornices and trim 7.13, doors and windows 7.14, storefronts 7.15, materials 7.16. Additions does not apply.
And you're reserving that because it fails to meet the large standards and we work from large to small? Or because of lack of information provided, or both?
Both.
Okay.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 8-0. All right, thank you. All right,
I have one quick announcement that I forgot to say at the beginning. McCrory Heights Local Historic District is being heard by City Council on Monday at City Council. It's their public hearing. So if anyone's interested, sign up on the city clerk's website to show your support for our fellow Commissioner Hawkins and all of the hard work that she's done. And pending that outcome, next steps would be zoning committee on August 2nd, and then full approval on August 15th.
It's so exciting. Thank you for your service, Commissioner Hawkins, in the midst of getting married, no less. That's a boss move. All right, should we do minutes now? All right.
Excuse me, Chairman Prouty. Christy, do we need to sign up just to attend the hearing or just to speak?
So if you sign up, you can say if you're for or against it. You are not required to speak if you sign up to like attend and support, is my understanding.
What if we want to go in person?
Yeah, you can absolutely go in person as well. Like signing up would be joining via video and just showing, a show of support, or going in person would show
Is there
support.
preference, Commissioner Hawkins?
We would love to see people in person, but whatever you can do to show support, we would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Monday. It's City Council public hearing.
Okay, that's what we're gonna
For
do.
McCrory Heights, yeah.
The memo is out. Everyone wear green. Okay, let's vote on the minutes. We have what, March? No, March and June? March.
I reviewed. I make a motion to approve.
All right. Who's going to second that? Seconded, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve minutes for March passes 8-0. Phil, I hope you took one for the team on June.
I do have a comment in June. So Commissioner Murin said in June, there was an application where he was listed as a neighborhood resident and he is not. Just give me a second, I'll find the. Application, okay, so the address is 814 East Boulevard. Application number 2021-01114.
Address again.
At 814 East Boulevard. And again, Chris Murin is listed as a neighborhood.
That's because he was recused and he spoke as a
Yeah,
Yeah.
citizen for the project.
okay.
Thank you, Candace.
Okay, so,
So Chris lives in Dilworth?
Chris lives,
So maybe that was his point. He doesn't live in Dilworth, so he's not a
he doesn't,
neighborhood resident.
he doesn't
Yeah,
live in
he
the
doesn't live-
neighborhood.
exactly.
He's just an interested citizen talking about the case.
An at-large citizen.
An at-large, yes, there you go.
Okay.
okay, so are you making for June?
It just has to change the way Chris Mirren is referred to.
Christy, does that warrant a change?
Candace says we label everyone as a neighbor. So,
Aren't we all neighbors? Won't you be?
it's-
Please won't you
No
be?
change.
neighbor.
Won't you be my neighbor? All right, come on,
I
let's.
do have one comment, one comment, and that is, oh boy, I don't have a page number here, but probably about halfway through, oh boy,
Case just.
816 Walnut Avenue. At the end, says Ms. Hinman made a friendly amendment to refer to the book, Get Your House Right. And blah, blah. Also to be abundantly clear, no polymer-based substations, products. Products.
Yes, thank you. No
Okay.
polymer-based products.
Just a typo there.
Thank you.
So I make a motion to approve the June 8 minutes with one editorial correction.
Okay, perfect. So motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? All right, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Do I vote even though I wasn't there?
Hmm?
I vote even though I wasn't there?
Mhm.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve June's minutes passes 8-0. Thank you so much, Commissioner Goodwin. Thank you all for staying late and thank you for your tireless efforts towards preserving our communities.
Thank you all.